But yes, I did get a haircut. Yeah, so to start things off, we have, for those of you that don't know, I'm a bit of an animal lover. I mean, who isn't? Who doesn't love animals? Um, Besides Destiny. Dude, his like Tommy C told me this guy was a sociopath, and I was like, okay, you're just like I get why you would think that. This was before the new drama. But I'm like, I would get why you think that, but you're like a fucking Fox News boomer. Of course you think he's a sociopath. I think his like Trump takes were just like meant to be as inflammatory as possible. But I saw like an old veganism debate he had long time ago, and wasn't his he had some like position that like to the average person would just sound like logically it was consistent, but to the average person it would just sound like fucking insane. Like, was it like something like there's no reason to reduce the suffering of animals at all? Tommy C can predict the future. Very true, very true. um all right, that being said, but that would bring us to our first segment here. um Wombats, I don't know, are they endangered in Australia? I'm not sure if I know that like after the fires in 2020 or whatever, there was like a billion animals that died. I know a lot of people watching because of the time are probably going to be Australian. Um, they don't have it. So normally they'll have it listed on Wikipedia. They might not be. Male wombat. Oh, I did not. Okay. Um, well, ladies and gentlemen, you now know what a wombat penis looks like. I did not mean to. I wasn't expecting them to show the actual. Okay, you now know what a wombat penis looks like, everybody. Oh my god. I did not mean to. Penile spikes. They have penile spikes. What? Oh my, can you imagine being a wombat? Can you imagine being a fucking gay wombat and having to like take it up the ass with penile spikes? Delete VOD, you're allowed to show animal penises. I'll make the decision to delete VOD when I want to. Okay, this like whole like every time I pull up something that you personally think is against TOS, and then you go be like delete VOD, delete VOD. I'll make that decision for myself. Okay, I don't need you to dictate to me what is TOS and what is not. But I appreciate your concern. I shouldn't have said that because now everyone's gonna be fuck me. Anyways, um, I think she was American. She went to Australia, and listen, this video is distressing. It was distressing to me. I will have you know that the baby wombat. Wait, I did not mean to full screen it. Fuck. I will have you know that the baby wombat in question was reunited with its mother. But let's like go check this out. So
Just caught a baby wombat. Look at the mother. It's like, oh, it's chasing after her.
yeah, she's probably in fucking distress. She's probably this is like a protection for the young is like even if a mammal is like incapable of feeling complex emotions, protection of their young is like something almost universal. Maybe unless we're talking about like rodents. I know somebody who's fucking hamster ate its babies, but like it's like an innate instinct, and she's running around probably because she's fucking feeling distressed.
I got a baby wombat.
And then this fucking dumbass is filming it. The poor thing is like struggling for its life. It's hissing.
Okay, Mama's right there, and she is pissed. Let's
Yeah, no wonder. No wonder she's pissed.
let him go.
No, he's right.
All right, let's let him go. Come here, Mama. Come here.
Just
Yeah, so like I mean, God, I don't need to tell you what's wrong with that, but I am anyways, right? There are one of the biggest rules, okay, of observing wildlife is to not interfere, okay? To not interfere with them, to not I mean, even in even in Florida, right? The manatee laws that specifically states do not molest. I know what molest means in that context, as in like touch them, but do not molest the manatees. You don't touch wild animals unless, I mean, there's not a lot of good. There are some contexts, I'm sure, where we could say it's okay to touch a wild animal, like if you're getting something that's caught in a net out of the net, but like you, for their sake, right? This could be very distressing, traumatizing. I don't know how intelligent wombats are. For the mother's sake, she could run in fear, and then the baby would be lost from his or her mom. And also, there are some animals where this could be a myth, but I heard with some birds or something, some animals where like if you touch them, the mother will treat them differently. I've heard that somewhere. I don't know how true that is. But you don't fuck with the wildlife. This is like a very basic thing that people understand. Apparently this dumbass doesn't. And she's a hunter, okay? And this surprises me because hunters seem to actually, based on what, I don't have evidence for this, but hunters generally, unless we're talking about big game hunters, generally hunters seem to be very understanding of wildlife and nature and what they can do, what they can't do. And actually, many hunters are empathetic to animals. So that kind of further makes this like video more surprising. But this is somebody that clearly does not know how to conduct herself around wildlife, and I would not be angry if her hunting license in the States was revoked over this. Don't they put down animals that grow attached to humans? Yes. Yeah. So the good thing I'll say, listen, here's the good thing I'll say about this. This wombat is not going to be attached to humans. Okay? This wombat is definitely not going to be attached to humans. So this mistake will probably not be made again. These wombats will probably stay the fuck away from people. So I'll say maybe that's a good thing that comes out of this. It's a myth. Aiden, would you rather molest a manatee or a bear? Manatees like just seem, I mean, like just to pet it.
Quarterback.
If hypothetically the laws were like, if hypothetically the law, because I'd be more okay with a manatee that gets comfortable around humans than a bear that gets comfortable around humans, because a bear that gets comfortable around humans can wander into houses, steal shit, and a lot of times they'll have to put it down. If a manatee gets attached to humans, they're like designated protected areas for them, and you're just not supposed to touch them in general. And the manatee isn't, there's not going to be a whole lot of situations where they're going to have to put a manatee down as a result of that, but you still shouldn't touch them. But if all laws were gone for a day, then I'd rather pet a manatee. Yeah. Aiden would sexually assault a manatee. Great things being said about me here. Oh, I saw this video. Let's check this out.
Those are oranges that we used to buy. I'm putting it on your bill.
Okay. A stolen orange, $12? You were serious?
Yeah, I wasn't learning your lesson.
I learned my lesson, but orange, aren't you glad I didn't take a banana?
Okay, so the waitress is really going like charging him $12 for an orange, first of all, unless these are like special like Japanese oranges or something. But the thing is, right, isn't it a health code violation? Correct me if I'm wrong. I remember that there was an incident where Ariana Grande got really drunk one night, and she was at a donut shop, and the donut owner left the donuts out to cool, and she was drunk, and she like licked one of the donuts, and it caused a big stir. But the health department actually went after the owner because the items to be consumed were in an area where they could be touched by people. So I'm pretty sure it's like a health department violation or something. If food items are like left within touching distance, I don't know if that's necessarily true. But in that case, it was. I don't know where. I don't know if it like varies by state, or if it only applies to certain foods. But based on like where the oranges are placed here, like I would also like totally be under the assumption they're not like behind the they're on the counter. I'd be like totally under the assumption they're for the customer. And even if they're not, right? You don't fucking charge, like that's such a petty thing to charge him over. Like that $12, which the orange isn't even worth. The worth of that orange is not worth like potentially alienating a future customer. And also, they were filming. So like luckily in this case, I don't think the guy actually released the name of the establishment he's eating at, but if he does, you're potentially alienating like tons of other customers as well. Weren't you in bed with a manatee once? No, I was never in bed with West Side Tyler's wife. Okay, come on. By the way, Aiden, are you gonna watch the Noah Samson video? I mean, is it worth watching? Chronic, you link me a lot of shit, and the problem is, like, historically, when you've linked me stuff, it's just been, like, unbelievably boring. Let's check out what we've got on the docket. Oh, dude, we got another. I'm not beating the stalking allegations.
So the Epstein files have finally been released.
Oh my god, dude. This is the one. Listen, I am so I think, hot take, I think everybody on the Epstein list, or people who you have like definitive evidence committed some sort of sex crime, I believe that they need to be, obviously prosecuted. But for some reason, I just watch like famous people who have never had any association. It's like become like the favorite talking point of these like, I'm a centrist, but like the Asmongold types. And it's like, I've seen like people who aren't even on the Epstein list. Just like people are like, you're scared, you're gonna be scared when the Epstein files drop. And these are all people where it's like, there's no indication that the person they're implying to is on the list, has even met Jeffrey Epstein. And meanwhile, you've like fucking 50 pictures of Trump with the guy. So it's like, this should not be your main talking point.
And guess what? We got a whole lot of nothing. Redacted pages, influencer photo ops, and an official government Twitter account rickrolling the public. This might be the worst document release in history.
So what is there to talk about?
But if you don't even know what I'm talking about, basically we got to start from ground zero, which is the big man himself, Jeff EpiPen. Not gonna say his.
Let's see. This is what I'm curious about at this point. We've already established in the first 20 seconds, which you shouldn't do, by the way, if you're trying to hook the audience, because you have to assume your audience is too stupid to go and actually verify the content on their own, which they more than likely are. But you don't want them to click off in the first 20 minutes realizing there's nothing. But let's see how. He's already established there's nothing in this video. Let's see how he manages to stretch it out to 10 fucking minutes.
His full name, because I don't want to get demonetized. But basically, there's a guy, he did some bad things. He's tied to a lot of powerful people, and the public wants to know the powerful people that he's tied to that have remained anonymous. And these files are supposed to expose some of that. But the release of said files.
Wait, is there even an Epstein-Diddy association? Like, I know that they, like, did similar things, but Epstein was involved in, like, the business world. He met a lot of non-business people, but that's just by virtue of being someone who's, like, prominent and influential, right? If you know any, like, mega wealthy people, which not many people do, I do, they could tell you stories for days and days and days about all the people they've rubbed shoulders with. So you have a lot of people that have met Epstein by virtue of the fact that a lot of like social circles of prominence converge. But did Diddy even like ever meet Epstein?
This has been atrocious, and let's just get into it.
You said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk. When can we see them, and what's taking so long to release them?
Tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released.
As phase one of the Epstein.
Aiden, if someone gives consent to murder, do you think it's okay? Well, the correct thing you'd say, I know what you mean, but you'd say killing, because isn't murder just like unjust? Isn't murder like, by definition, like, it's unjust? If I think it's just, I'm not going to call it murder. But no, I think that it should be a process, like a right to die process. If you want to die, I think you should go through a process, get evaluated by doctors, make your case, and then be put to in that way. Somebody who's not just having like a temporary depressive episode is getting some guy to kill them. Murder doesn't have to be premeditated. You have second degree, right? Second degree homicide is spontaneous, isn't it? First degree is premeditation, correct? I know there was a famous case that had some controversy in Germany. This guy called Armin Muse met a suicidal guy over the internet, and he had like a cannibal fetish. The other guy wanted to die. So they agreed to it. It was consensual, and he killed him and ate him. I wouldn't be okay with something like that, because you have somebody that is you could have somebody that is making a temporary rash decision. But in another case, like Dr. Jack Kevorkian, he was a doctor that found terminally ill people who were going to die anyway, that willfully consented to it and put them to death, and he got tried, right? I think that is okay. If it's being done with oversight, his wasn't. But if it's being done with proper oversight, I think that's okay.
Epstein files were released to a few conservative influencers. Even people on the right were skeptical as to why they received the documents and not the general public.
Great question. I don't know the answer. Why is it that a bunch of high-profile right-wing Twitter accounts, like this is the equivalent of giving admin privileges to a blue check mark just because...
My theory was that the Epstein lists were going to be a bunch of nobodies with a few like somebodies. Like my assumption was most of the people on the Epstein list were going to be powerful people that nobody cares about or knows, like prominent realty agents in New York, or like prominent, because like I'd venture to guess that you're like average, like I'd venture to guess that like in Hollywood or amongst prominent people, like we have just like comparable rates of pedophilia to the general population. It's more prominent when you hear about, because it's confirmation bias. You have obviously a famous pedophile. It's going to be spoken about more than a non-famous pedophile. But I'd imagine it'd be a few people. We'd be like, wow, that guy was there. But like it would be mostly like people from the business world that nobody gives a fuck about.
You like them and they're kind of notable. Like, why are these people getting exclusive information just because like they're kind of known on Twitter or something like that? Like they have the inside, so they're like just fucking smiling, saying cheese because, oh hey, we got the binder with the info about the guy who's tied to all the powerful people, who has an island where he diddled some, you know, miners. Like, what are we doing here? What's the point? People want this released because they want to take down the elites. They don't want the information to just be given to the elites. Not that these guys are like the elites, but you know, they're more elite than the average person. Also, holding binders up like it's an award ceremony, it just like...
Dude, I love how like anti-elitism, and by the way, I love anti-elitism. Nobody loves anti-elitism more than me. But I love how this is like a very big talking point for like, I love how this is like a huge talking point amongst like conservatives and like people like Achita, who I assume identifies as conservative, but he could be yeah, I'm in the center, but like all his positions are right-leaning. But it's like anti-elitism, but like, it's like my philosophy professor that I had 2 years, he explained, or a year ago, explained to me that like the right and left overlap more than you'd think, but like the reasons, like we can both agree to like dislike the powerful, but like their reasons are just like completely skewed, and they don't even realize they're voting for the elites they're voting for the elites to be in power. Like, what do you think? Who do you think Trump is?
Like, it feels like propaganda rather than an actual like achievement. This doesn't...
Yeah, who do you think Trump is? Who do you think fucking Elon Musk is? Who do you think, like, Trump is like such a fucking... Before he got elected, who did he meet with in San Francisco? A bunch of people in big tech. They talk about big tech, the elites, etc. Trump was having big ass meetings with people in big to garner their support. He is a man like elected by like the fucking, by like, what is it, like the 50% to fucking to represent the 1%, man. That was so cringe. But like, yeah, he's a representative of the elites.
Feel like a win for the American people. Why are podcasters and tweeters getting files before actual journalists?
Curious to how a boxing reporter and Miss Universe judged.
Trump's gonna save so much money for eggs? Dude, listen, shut up, man. Eggs are down 4 cents. I'm serious. He delivered on his promise. He said he would get the price of eggs down. Eggs are down 4 cents. Okay? Yes, we've lost 5 trillion from the stock market, but eggs are down 4 cents. He delivered.
Managed to get this access.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
Got today. The Epstein files, baby. Let's make America safe again.
Like, this literally looks like a girl who is doing a vertical video for the new Stanley Cup. Hey guys, check this out. Look what I got, you know, doing a Christmas haul or something. This is not normal. This is not an accomplishment. It's so...
What? I didn't get that. Is that like, or like Stanley, like, that, or it's just a vertical video?
sloppy. It's so ridiculous, and it takes away from the seriousness of this event, like from the release of this thing. It seems so not serious at all. I don't know what to say.
But at least on the street journalists like Savannah Hernandez also received the binder.
One of those Epstein file binders. Now, I want to clear something up immediately and...
By the way, look at the binder. It says Phase 1. This fucking feels like a Marvel movie rollout. Are we serious?
Oh, this guy's like literally the consumer meme, dude. Everything is reference. Pedophile? Oh, EDP. Fucking Phase 1 Marvel movie. We're talking about phases, you retard. We're talking about phases. Like everything in his mind is like needs to be like reference to some popular media for him to be able to grasp it. Like, this is the ultimate consumer. Just like goy slop, like shitter memes inserted randomly. Everything has to be a reference to like, dude, this reminds me of Baby Gronk and the Rizzler. Like, we're doomed, man. This is what you'll become when you consume the Zog Chow.
Like, why do we need multiple phases? When does Thanos come out? Like, are we doing like hyped up drops that lead to nothing? I don't get it. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. It just feels like a video game almost with like seasonal
like a video what?
Drops and cosmetics. It's very bizarre. Again, taken away from the seriousness of it.
But when these influencers shared the pages on their live streams, nobody could even see what was on the pages, as many of them were mainly blocks of omitted texts that tell...
Yeah, no okay, so if they believe the names, my guess would be the names that we're probably going to be seeing so far are either people or like people that potentially there would be like nothing worth looking into. I think I think that if it is true that everybody on this list with its size was involved in some sort of sex crime, which I'm not even sure all of them were, but a lot probably were, right? If everybody in this list was involved in some sort of sex crime, if the fucking Department of Justice or whatever believes that they can make a case against these people, they're going to be investigating and they're not going to want to fuck up their case or like give room for a mistrial or like being judged in the court of public opinions by going and like releasing this name to the general public. If they think there's somebody in here that's worth making a case against, it would be absolutely retarded to like keep their name in here.
Plus nothing, as pretty much everything top to bottom about this was terrible, as I believe it was the FBI director Kash Patel or possibly Attorney General Pam Bondi that said they'd...
Also, the point of like reacting to something in a non-live format would be like the content you are talking about is the thing you're reacting to. Reacting to like a video like this is like insanely lazy unless it's in a live stream format and you're like doing research live or whatever. Like you could do the research off stream or off video and then talk about it on video. You're just having somebody else make the video for you at this point. This guy that you're not reacting to the Epstein files. You're reacting to somebody else reacting to and talking about it. And this is like in a video format, this is like insanely lazy.
Release those files on day one, or maybe it was both of them, but she said they were on her desk and they definitely didn't get released. But we also have to unpack how these influencers received the files instead of just uploading a full PDF for the public to sift through.
It just feels like edging. It just feels like, hey, you know, it's out there. Look at your favorite screen people holding it up so you know that we don't have a complete nothing burger for you. It's coming, just you wait. Like it just feels like giving breadcrumbs to people just so that they shut up. Like I feel like it's just trying to silence people with legitimate concern about, you know, hey, you know, this was said to be a day one action.
How would this be wait, how would this be silencing people? Silencing people while you're going over like videos of all the fucking right-wing grifters being like, look, we've got it. We've got it. This is only phase 1, meaning that, which implies they're going to be working on a phase 2. Like there's more to this. Putting phase 1 in bold font lets people know that this is not all there's going to be. Okay, this would not get people to shut up about this. What? Are you retarded? This guy's so fucking stupid.
Item, and now we're waiting on it any fucking day now. They paid some people to hold up the photos, and to basically, I feel like the goal is to silence people who are raising that concern. It just seems—
How would that silence people? That would get people talking about it more in anticipation for the potential next couple of phases. Silence people. Yeah, dude.
like damage control and narrative control rather than—
This guy is skinwalking Asmongold. This guy is skinwalking Asmongold so hard. And by the way, Queeman, I saw you reacting to potential funny Nux Taco political commentary. So you're like an autist about this guy. So if you have like a worst video of his, I'd love to check it out.
And actually serving the purpose of the release here.
Yes, the influencer photo shoot is a bad look, but apparently—
Also, like the AG demanding full files.
He's not dude, he's so lazy. He's not reacting. Okay. If the premise of reacting to a reaction wasn't like lazy enough to you in a non-live stream format, recording it and like instead of editing in your pauses, which is insanely easy if you're using Vegas, if you're using fucking Premiere, whatever, right? He's actually leaving in the part where he manually pauses it with his mouse in video format. I mean, how fucking this is like, it's so lazy.
Within a day, like it sounds good, but why wasn't it done from the start? Like I don't get it. Like if the transparency was the goal, why not just go onto TV and air it all out? Like why are we doing this breadcrumbing shit? Go on to Fox, go on primetime. Seems so easy.
apparently the press wasn't there for them. They were—
I'm almost certain if we went and checked, Fox would be like the first ones talking about this. I'm almost certain. Did Fox News talk about this? Dude.
This is a Fox News alert. The Epstein files have been released. Fox News—
They want to silence people. Fox News should be talking. Fox News is talking about it, you fucking retard.
Senior national—
This guy, not only did he not do any, he's just reacting to, he has nothing to say and he's reacting to somebody. Dude, this is like lazy. This is like the pinnacle of laziness. I'd go as far to say as like, maybe Asmongold, at least Asmongold fucking cleaned his room. Actually, you gotta be fair. Ichido made his bed, okay? This is like the pinnacle of laziness.
were already out there waiting to snag some photos of the UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and just happened to run into the recipients of the files. Still doesn't make up for the fact that the PDF
Interesting. Did you really need to leave that part in?
Wasn't directly uploaded, and what makes this pretty much a million times worse.
This is the craziest part. So it's the fact that people are upset about the botched release of this stuff, and in response to knowing this, look what happens with an official government Twitter account.
Wait, you haven't what's botched yet? Wait, what part of this has been botched? What part of this has been botched? When anytime the government releases formerly classified files, I don't think I can think of a single instance where there wasn't at least one thing that had a black box over it, especially if we're only in phase 1. This isn't meant to be the full release. Like, if you go to like the FBI vault or whatever and want to look at like firsthand like files on certain things, you'll still find, even if it's been declassified, you'll still find redacted sections, which there typically is a good reason for.
The official Republican House Judiciary.
This is the House Judiciary tweeting breaking.
He just said that.
Epstein files released. And it's a tiny URL, which, by the way, I believe they're making money. They make a small commission every time people click a tiny URL, because when you have the original URL and then you put it through Tiny, it makes it so that you click the link, it sends you to a website with like an ad, then you get the actual link. So I think part of this is like they're making money.
This is not a live stream format, this is a video format, so there shouldn't be any I thinks, okay, in a fucking video format. Either verify it or don't say it, okay? If what you just said is true, this would be easily verifiable, but you're so fucking lazy, you can't even do that.
off of the hype from, not hype is the right word, but curiousness from Americans as to what's happening here. And they're farming ad revenue off them, I think. I don't know.
I think, research it.
They may have changed tinyURL, but look.
Account on Twitter posts a link to the alleged Epstein files that linked to a URL shortener that shows an ad at the bottom that eventually links you to be rickrolled on.
Like, are we serious?
Okay.
Yo, our first...
Hey Aiden, why are there no painkillers at the zoo? Parrot sat them all.
Wait.
Hee 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 hee. Yeah, you're a little Jew boy who only pulls 80 views. Hash justice for Toastify, hash justice for Toastify, hash justice for.
Thank you, our first dono of the night, people. Keeping the lights on. If you want to support the channel, as always, you can dono, link pinned from Soul Skibbity. But yeah, appreciate the money. We're making it out the hood with this one. You're allowed to one guy me for $3. Things you could not say in the comments section, you can say when you give me money. But please, if it's like some shit that other people have donated where it's gonna get the fucking thing struck down, I'm gonna have to skip it.
Yes, the government is fucking rickrolling us. Yeah, hey, concerned American, do you think that we should figure out the anonymous people that have ties to this literal...
Aiden, what do you think on all the lefties freaking out and being convinced that the U.S. is going full National Socialist? Is it just them selling out, or is there some truth to it? Obviously, I don't think in the modern era we're gonna go full National Socialist. I don't think anything exactly or like close to that is gonna happen here again. But I think that there are a lot of aspects. It would be very stupid and naive to say there are not a lot of aspects relating to Trump's appeal to his voter base, how his voter base operates, etc., that like were not pulled from a Hitler playbook. And it would not, there are definitely like parallels to be drawn, and I don't think that we're going to have, I think that there are some reasonable concerns, especially with like a US resident potentially being deported over speech. I think there's like some very legitimate concerns over that stuff. I don't think we're gonna have concentration camps where people are being killed in mass numbers, though. What is the point of this? Literally adds nothing.
Criminal, this sex criminal that have basically lived in shadows and gotten away with this. Yeah, you know what?
What do you mean got away with this? I guess you could say his suicide. He was, I mean, he was in the process of being charged, right? And prior to that, wasn't he? I mean, he got away with it by virtue of the fact that he died, okay? He got away with it by virtue of the fact that he died.
A response, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Are we serious? You have let me down. You have given me up. If you were not gonna...
How? I would bet, and he's blocked me now, so I can't get him on stream. I would love to, like, get him on stream and, like, grill him on the contents of these files, because I bet you he hasn't even read it. I guarantee you he hasn't fucking read it. I'd take my money to the bank. I would take my money to the bank, dude.
Give me up. You would have actually posted a PDF here, which you can do because you photo printed like 10, 15, 100 binders of it. Can we be serious?
People want answers and, more importantly, prosecutions. And all they received were photo shoots from some podcasters.
Do you think a list is enough to prosecute somebody? Like, do these people, like, think being on this list is enough to prosecute somebody? Like, the mere word of a sex offender is going to be enough to send somebody away? They're going to need something more than that. And I'd assume that potentially some of the redacted names would be people they think they can make a case against. But I don't think that that is, like, enough for prosecution.
And being trolled by official government accounts.
It's just so tone deaf. It's just, people want accountability. That's really it. They don't want to be the victim of like a 2010 YouTube.
Innocent until proven guilty applies to the courts. And I think that generally speaking, we should keep innocent until proven guilty online as well. But just because you were not legally convicted in a court of law does not mean we can't deem you guilty in the sense of our own opinions if we have evidence to back it up. And there is like ample evidence that Jeffrey Epstein is not innocent, enough for me to be comfortable drawing a conclusion that he is a that he's a sex offender or a sexual criminal. or I guess he wasn't technically a sexual deviant.
Prank or something. It's just so, it's so nuts. It's so nuts. And I feel like the tone of this administration was like, oh, you know, law and order. We're basically going to...
What do you want them to do? Is he going to tell us what he, like, outline the process? What are you like hoping happens as a result of this? And yeah, this administration lied to you. They appealed to like the popular culture war shit that you care about. Are they going to deliver? They'll give you like small concessions and small victories. So you're like placated and happy by the fact that the stock market lost fucking $5 trillion. But like, it's literally the Fell for It Again award.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
For only $3 a day, the price of a cup of coffee, you can feed this emaciated little Jewish boy. Donate now.
Thank you so much, Ivana, for the $3 fucking dollars. I agree with the message. Okay, I agree with the message. And yeah.
Take the people that have uprooted society and gotten away with it and bring them to justice. Rick rolling people who want to see that happen with the EpiPen guy, I feel like is kind of a bad move.
Now, the one thing I do want to acknowledge is how influencers receiving this document isn't all a bad thing. I believe the precedence the White House is trying to create here is no longer does the public have to rely on mainstream media outlets like Fox and CNN, but one was a CNN or MSNBC newscaster.
When did you ever have to rely on those things? Sure, it's like easily digestible for your average person, but when did you have to fucking rely on those things? I'm bored, Aiden, entertain us? Well, you're only going to be entertained if you're going to be bored by you know what? Forget it.
Saying,
you donate to one guy. You donate to one guy. It's that simple.
Only members of the media can look at these leaked documents. If you at home see them, it's breaking the law. And the other clip was someone on a network saying, it's the news media's job to decipher the truth for our viewers. That type of pompous reporting as if they are the arbiters of reality, that needs to end.
What is wrong with that statement? Your viewers are unwilling. There is a fuck ton of information related to every news story. More than the average person is willing to look into. And I agree, that is a big problem with the average person. That's why fucking Trump won. Okay? But like, yeah, it is the fucking news's job to take this information and make it like easy to consume. For you, there's nothing wrong with that statement. It's just fucking true. Can Aiden Underground be a good boy and review No Fuckers versus Chronic the Hemp Hog? Yeah, if you link it. I hate No Fuckers.
And
yeah, but it's not ending when you tell people to click a link and it brings them to a Rickroll. Like, I certainly agree that that's...
You don't get me mad when you do the question mark thing and I could tell it's a fucking meme, okay? Pick a new bit. Pick a new way to one guy, okay? You're not making me mad.
Pompous, and it's condescending to Americans who are not being treated like people who...
Not being treated like people? Dude, this is literally, you have nothing to say about anything. He has absolutely nothing to say.
You can read a document and extrapolate a conclusion, but this is not a better alternative. Giving it to a few blue checks and then pranking the public with a tiny URL, like, what am I...
How is that a prank? The tiny URL lead, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't it lead to the thing that the influencers got? How is that, in what way is that a prank? I've already covered the SML drama. I've already covered it. Dude, my chat is becoming worse than fucking Aiden Ross's, dude. It's not even close. By the way, everybody, I am obliged to announce we are looking for potential mods for the Discord and the YouTube chat. And I would like to potentially work with an editor down the line for a future project. So if you're any of those things, please shoot me a DM over on Discord or Twitter. My DMs are open. And yeah, let me know why you'd be a good fit.
Supposed to fucking get a kick out of that? Oh, it's a real knee slapper, guys. Where's the donate button on your website? I can't see it. Like, it's ridiculous. It's literally not dehumanizing, but it's so belittling to people who are genuinely concerned with corruption. This whole thing...
What corrupt? Tell us about the corruption. What corruption's happening here? What do you want us to do about Epstein? What indication is there's any form of corruption relating to Jeffrey Epstein? He was in the process. They were in the process of fucking prosecuting this guy. Okay? Like, he died. I mean, I don't think we can, like, go and fucking dig up his corpse or whatever. Like, what do you want people to do? Holy fuck. What the fuck do you want people to do? This guy's so retarded. Him, Asman, Nuxtaka, these people are like more infuriating than like, dude, honestly, I'm gonna say it. Marxist Leninists and neo-Nazis are like less frustrating to me than these people, because at least they do research into their positions. Their conclusions are retarded, and sometimes they read like sources that are just like completely lying and automatically believe it, but at least they try to look at the stuff. Like, this is like, these people are just unwilling to like engage with anything other than like someone else's like fucking lukewarm video breaking it down. A Cheeto to neo-Nazis, Lamau. Obviously, I'm not saying they're the same thing, but like, it's just like so frustrating to watch people who like are not even willing to engage with material try to talk about it in a video format, not a live stream format. So there's like no room. There's like not even any room for like sympathy in this case.
Also seems like a distraction, you know, like rather than exposing everything, this like phase 1 stuff that I'm gonna go back to, it just seems like they're either buying time, which means that they were not able to say, yeah, we'd have this out on day 1, because if they're buying time, then they weren't ready. So they're either buying time or
do you think this administration, you really how long does this guy, we're talking about a list, I don't know how many names are on it exactly, but potentially a list containing a lot of names, okay? And the, like, do you think, like, dude, I don't even need to, I don't think I need to, like, explain to you why it's such a stupid fucking comment. Like, do you think, like, this is just gonna happen overnight?
they're trying to do narrative control. Either one is not good, and I don't know. Like, so
if you're gonna accuse them of doing narrative control, explain to us what narrative they are trying to push. You're telling us they're trying to sweep this under the rug somehow. Explain how this sweeps it under the rug. You're just making claims and not like explaining them, and your claims like actually like totally contradict what's going on here. They're trying to make people forget about this or sweep this under the rug. Then why release it at all? Like, why do like this big, why release it to influencers who are going to talk about it and make videos about it? Why put phase 1 implying there's more to come, leaving people expecting more from this and not just like being like satisfied with just this alone? Like, you're just saying things that have no basis with like the evidence we have in front of us, and you're not defending it because you've nothing to defend, because you don't know what you're talking about.
This is just also,
it's just not a good look when the AG says the Epstein files will finally be released tomorrow. Then tomorrow comes around and all we got was a photo shoot of some people holding up some binders, waiting several more hours and finding out there's nothing inside them. This all reminds me of 2020 when Trump had yet to concede the election, and his attorneys kept saying, we're gonna unleash the kraken of lawsuits that'll change everything. Nothing came out. Then another attorney said, oh,
okay, this guy might be so based. Okay, this guy might actually be based. He's right. Dude, I'll have to talk about this in a minute. I've been over this before on the trials or like the hearings that like Trump and like Giuliani had to like, you'll have to, hold on when we're done, to like prove election fraud. Hold on.
Now we have the Kraken on steroids.
All I can really say is the people who believe that the government and politicians are all talk, and the stereotype of politicians
bad, elites bad, politicians fake, Hollywood's filled with pedophiles, DEI sucks. Dude, I can't anymore. I can't take it. I can't.
Being liars and not keeping promises, they're vindicated yet again because we have people saying stuff that they cannot do, lying to the people. And
what do you mean what have they lied about? What have they lied about? Please explain.
Joking about it, literally laughing in our faces by pranking us. It is fucking pathetic. We need better leadership. We need people to...
Correct me if I'm wrong. We need better leadership? Wait, correct me if I'm... And I'm not saying your position can't change. And also, like, the appeal to, like, Gen Z consumer brain. Kanye for president. Hee hee. Like, it was funny, like, the first, like, month, okay? The Kanye for president shit is, like, insanely unfunny. Like, but... better leadership, was this not the leadership you wanted?
be honest when they say something, and the whole word that I'm gonna bring this all back to is accountability, because the reality is there's nothing stopping people from saying, yes, this will happen day one, and then it doesn't happen day one. They won't go to jail, they won't face any sort of justice. All we can hope for is that something changes, and it's not good enough to just hope that something changes, you know? It fucking sucks, it really does.
And every time they repeated the same game, it turned out to be a huge nothing burger. And now they release the Epstein Files Episode 1 or Phase 1 like there's some movie studio running out of source material.
Oh, he pre-watched. A Cheeto pre-watched, confirmed. Okay. Not so his like shitty like everything he's related to pop culture. He actually even he stole it from that guy. Cool. Pre-watch confirmed. Aiden, eat a raw egg. I don't have one on me. If we hit Dono goal, I'll eat a raw egg next stream.
So they split the last book into several movies, as nothing about this says transparency. It just sounds like somebody on the back end is buying time to control the story.
Exactly. It just seems like this is completely made to distract or to juggle for time or to stall. That's all it really seems like. And at the end of the day...
Yes, because clearly they're not able to... Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. That's why it says phase 1, fucking retard. They're trying to placate you. That's why that's why it says phase 1.
I don't know how much is going to change from this. Maybe we'll actually end up getting a version of this with non-redacted information that's widely available to the public. And if that happens, I'd be happy. But still, the way this has happened is just unacceptable. Really fucking bothers me. And that's about it. Leave a like on this video.
It bothers. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Fucking retard. It does not bother you. You're not bothered. You don't care. You're just, I mean, you don't care about any of this. You're just a consumer. Kanye for president, teehee. You're just a fucking consumer. Anyways. I'm aware, Chronic. I'm aware. You've already told me. What is his... Is it... Alright, I've been told Nux Taku has some really bad political coverage, so... The media caught trying to hide... Let's check this out.
No intro today, instead a...
Wait. No, wait, something else looked more interesting. Democrats are 120% fucked right now. Or fucked now, let's check this out.
Republicans and soon-to-be Republicans, welcome back to another video. Today we are kicking off a new series. Not necessarily kicking off, but we are...
I'm not I don't know anything about UK politics. Okay, I don't know any... Why would I cover that? Your country is like... Actually, he doesn't either, so I guess I could cover that. I probably know more than he does.
Presenting this as a flagship series on the...
Because this is the grift that makes just like appeal to like base level, like righty Gen Z, like... I mean, you know the type. I don't need to...
Channel. Democrats are literally 120% cooked right now, and they are literally spazzing out and losing their minds. So this over here...
Dude, he... To really like... To really like, what's the word? To really top this off, he should have like used the fucking... He should have used the screaming lib meme.
Here is a compilation of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 separate Democratic congressmen slash senators slash people, and they, them are cooking. They all released videos
they, them.
saying the same exact thing. Whoever wrote their script got absolutely fired after this shit because they all released the same video. It's a hodge.
Politicians read from scripts? Really? I thought these like videos about like serious like I thought these videos were like done off the cuff. Really? No.
pods, we don't need to get into it too much. Don't worry, guys, because today we are doing a very extra special video. I have done an insane amount of research, looking at tons of different congressmen and Democratic political people that they them are spiraling, they are losing, the retard hive mind is literally losing everything. Asmongold stole my video and titled it Democrats Already 100% Cooked. Yeah, but you know what Asmongold didn't know? You know what Asmongold didn't know? Here, I'll show you. Democrats are
AIDS gang represents,
100%.
okay?
Yo.
Would you rather watch the latest 5 Nux Taku videos or get stabbed in the stomach with a 6-inch knife 30 times? You have to pick one.
Oh, easy. 6-inch knife. Wait, is it gonna be non-vital organs? Actually, I make it vital. Yeah, I'd rather be stabbed. I'd rather be stabbed with a 6-inch knife 30 times. Is this a legally binding answer though? But thank you so much for the fucking $5. Super generous. We're a 10th of the way to goal. Hold on.
Alright, Democrats 100% cooked, but what he didn't know that I already did that one!
Wait, 6 inches? I just realized. That's gonna kill you even if it's non-vital, right? That's 6 inches. I just realized. Wait, no, not 6. Yeah, wait.
Yeah!
No. I'm really fucking tired, sorry. I don't know why, for like a second I thought 6 feet. No, 6... For a sec, I thought 6 feet, and I'm like, dude, that's not a knife. That's a fucking katana, bro. You're stabbing me with a fucking katana. It's like committing seppuku fucking 30 times, bro. Dishonored my family right through the stomach.
That's right! I already did Democrats are 100% cooked. In fact, I already did the Democrats are 110% cooked. So lock in. Today, Democrats are 120% cooked. We are calculating and tabulating. I'm going to do a special playlist just for the retards. This last week alone, literally alone, there were 5 different retarded Democrat movements, and they're all so bad and humiliating. From making fun of a black kid with cancer to repeating the same script, which is full of misinformation a dozen times, to trying to talk and I
have strong opinions on DJ Daniels. Very, very, very strong opinions. So I hope he covers that. I hope for those of you that don't know, like the plan, the State of the Union things, right? This wasn't technically a State of the Union, but I was making fun of, like Trump's like, he doesn't care about these people. He's bringing them out to look good. And yeah, somebody made a good point. The Democrats do that too. I absolutely agree with you. But the difference is, like, he brought out, are they not trying to cut funding to cancer research? Are they not trying to, was federal, wait, I have to look, I'm going to look into this one a little more. But is the policies they've enacted so far potentially inhibiting research that could potentially save this fucking kid's life? Like, that's like comic, they already did, yeah, that's like fucking comically evil. Like, it's like, oh, you didn't stand for this prop we brought out, so we could use it against you for not standing, because you weren't going to stand the whole time, because you're obviously very fucking angry at the guy in charge, which you should be. So it's like, oh, you didn't stand for this fucking political puppet we brought out.
Democrats, like 70-year-old Democratic senators saying skibbity toilet riz to try to get the kids. You don't understand the level of cringe that we are dealing with. So lock in for this one, because I'm going to save this one for towards the end of the video, because I think
his IQ is 130, by the way. Somebody stating their IQ, you never take it. What you then respond with is, how did you take the test? Okay. If they respond with the fucking Wechsler adult scale or whatever, hell, even like Stanford Binet, that's less popular. Okay, then we can go from there. If they're, I hate anybody that is saying this is my IQ and they're citing these online IQ tests, because most of the time they are measuring one aspect or one facet of your intelligence. They're inaccurate, improperly standardized, and that's just not a good representation of your IQ. If you don't know how it's done with like the Wechsler, which is I think the most prominent IQ test, you have to sit down with a professional who administers it to you, who makes sure there's no like confounding influence that could affect the results of the test. you get what's called subscores on different categories. So like verbal comprehension, visual spatial, processing speed, and I forget what the other ones were. And then the average of all of these subtests is your full scale IQ. So that's what your IQ is. Now, that's not a good representation for everybody because some people will have what's known as their test results will be useless and non-conclusive because they'll have skewed results on the most people. Your subtest scores will all score like generally in the same range. For if you're somebody that's scoring like super high on one and super low on the other, the full scale is not a good representation of your intelligence.
I think like this is a special level of retarded that I think we should save for literally towards the end. There's an entire deep dive about how absolutely insane that entire viral clip actually is. But before we even dive into that one, you have got to see the rest of the retarded shit they've been doing. So this is a kid. The White House tweets, "Today, DJ Daniel, this 13-year-old kid who survived brain cancer, we are going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service." And he gets an honorable Secret Service badge. Literally a wholesome ass moment. The nicest fucking thing in the world. This dude goes later. He gives Trump a big hug. He's crying in the Oval Office, so touched and moved by this unbelievably wholesome thing that was done.
Yeah, but how do we politicize this and make this something negative about Democrats, which was actually going to be the intention from the get-go? It was never about this fucking kid. It's never about this kid. And personally, I think that cutting funding to cancer research is a bit more disrespectful to him. A little more disrespectful to him than like not standing when he's there as like a guest of a politician that's like that's destroying the fucking economy. JS Urban Adventures, I see you in the chat. He's one of my conservative viewers. I did want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the economy recently? What are your thoughts on the economy recently, buddy? Enjoying it? How's your 401k? Is your 401k good?
I didn't even show you that clip because unlike Biden, who was literally a Muppet, Trump actually is a human. And that might be the craziest thing of all. Like the fact that, you know, Trump is actually human, and it does seem like he actually does care about people, right?
Are you serious? Are you what? That's the point of him. This is obviously like, it's okay. Biden did this too. Okay, it's okay to acknowledge that, but it's obvious that like that's the reason he brought this kid out. Aiden, assuming we all have 401k is very elitist. Well, this, you know what? You're right.
And that's what people just can't understand, right? Here's DJ Daniel, the newest member of the Secret Service, meeting Trump in the Oval Office. Look at this shit.
Good-looking family, huh?
There's one more thing I got for you, a big hug.
Okay.
This person could not be more disconnected from the average fucking American. Of course, he needs to do shit like this to seem human. And I'll agree, it is wholesome for the kid. Okay, but that doesn't mean people have to stand and clap, especially when he's there as a guest of somebody who is actively hurting hundreds of thousands of kids who are like DJ Daniel.
Good.
Bro!
Look at that family you got, huh?
Isn't that the most wholesome thing you've ever seen? This
No,
is a 13-year-old...
It's not. It's wholesome. No.
Kid that survived brain cancer.
Very nice. How are you? Nice to see you, man. Nice to see you. That was a big evening last night, bro.
It's not worse than it was in the middle of Biden. Are we when you say the middle, are you just really like referring to the beginning? Or are you referring to like inflation and like post-COVID? Or like I like how you have to pinpoint it's like a specific point of his presidency that was like heavily influenced by external factors, that he was able to cause the economy to rebound with the Inflation Reduction Act, or at least get us in that direction. And then why is it that as soon as this like tariff shit starts and this trade war shit starts, that's when the stock market fucking crumbles? Maybe it's because this is directly linked to Trump's fucking trade war.
Literally unbelievable. Now, unfortunately for the Democrats that call him Hitler, Satan, Beelzebub, it turns out that he in fact is just kind of a nice guy sometimes. Now, the Democrats are hating on this kid. A kid! So...
No, I thought Trump was incapable of doing anything nice. That's obviously the criticism. It's obviously the criticism, dude. I thought Trump was incapable of doing anything nice. You could literally find an example of every horrible person ever doing nice things. Okay? Like, what is the point here?
When he was elected as a Secret Service member, no one.
You called him Hitler earlier. When did I ever call Trump Hitler? When did I ever call Trump Hitler? That never happened.
In the entire room stood up to clap for him. Not a single Democrat stood up to clap for a 13-year-old kid. Right-wing cope, which is a wild...
It wasn't... If this was a fucking kid on the street, or like, that just like happened to be some, I'm sure everyone would stand up and clap. It's not. He is directly tied to somebody who a lot of people have genuine grievances with, and are not clapping for the whole time at a protest of this man. If they stand up and clap for the kid, I agree it's not going to be like super influential, but they're going to legitimize Trump's act of bringing him there. When Trump's act of bringing this kid there was not to empower this kid, it was to be a, you know, make him look human, be like, oh, heartwarming, Trump's a good guy, while he's cutting funds to cancer research.
Wild account altogether, literally just shitting on right.
You said he took points from Hitler's playbook. That's not me saying he's Hitler. Do you not like see the fundamental difference between those two statements? You can borrow aspects from somebody without being them. Like, I'm not saying like literally like becoming, I'm saying like being exactly like him or close to him. That's not what I said. You can use aspects of, if you like actually like want to go and like look back on like how Hitler like reached popularity, and how Hitler reached popularity in Germany. I agree there are many, many, many differences, but there are, the methods of persuasion are like eerily similar. The methods of persuasion they both use, and the appeals that they use to their general audience. That doesn't make them the same person. That doesn't mean that they're equally as bad. That doesn't mean that Trump is Hitler. That means that there is comparable aspects.
Right-wing people whenever they can. Hey, Doge, I have a DEI hire to report. The 13-year-old kid with brain cancer that was done in honor.
They should have clapped because now they look like No, they shouldn't have. They should not have clapped. They shouldn't have. Not only, if I were there, not only would I not have stood to clap, I would have booed and got up and walked. I'm kidding. But I would have walked out, dude.
Like, this is the most miserable, self-hating shit you have ever seen. You have never seen this unbelievably miserable, self-hating shit before in your life. This is not a DEI hire, okay? This is a kid with brain cancer.
That's the joke is like accusing like random black people of being DEI hires. And like it's meant to mock. He's mocking that. If you think he's legitimately calling this kid a DEI hire and addressing that point as though it were serious, you're fucking retarded. I know that's not like a big realization to everybody. You're absolutely retarded.
Like, it's subhuman. They hate Trump so much, they lost their very humanity about all this shit. It's crazy. Destiny made a crazy tweet. Destiny is well known for saying that he's happy that the firefighter got murdered by the Trump assassin guy, the guy that missed Trump and killed the firefighter.
Is there anybody actually outraged by that? There are a million reasons to hate Destiny. Is there anybody that's really like that mad about that comment? Really? Is there anybody that's like that mad? I was like, dude, this is unhinged. I didn't feel an ounce of anger. I didn't feel an ounce of anger.
And he was happy that he died. So he made a pretty crazy take. Difficult to know if the rabid Trump support comes from his parents indoctrinating him or the abscess that the brain cancer left behind. What? This is a 13-year-old kid that had brain cancer. Zero empathy from the tolerant left. The left, the liberals, they out there caring so much for everyone, fighting for the little people, fighting for everyone. They'll fight for George Floyd before they'll fight for this kid with brain cancer.
How does dude, George Floyd lives in these people's head fucking, what do you want them to do to fight for him? What do you want them to do to fight? How does everything come back to George Floyd with these people? George Floyd lives in these people's heads rent fucking free. It's been 5 years, man. It's been 5 fucking years. Everything is related back to George Floyd. Destiny, known tolerant left. Where does this tolerant left shit come from? Okay, we don't claim anybody that calls the left tolerant. It's not. It's not, okay? I identify as a member of the intolerant left.
This is mind-boggling. It's like actual subhuman shit. It's horrendous and evil. This reaction is crazy. And there are so many more clips of people bullying him and anything. And you think the news, at least, would do better, right? You would think at least the media would not dig the Democrats' hole even deeper, right? There is no way the media would dig their hole deeper. Well, Democrats are truly 120% cooked today. And look at this fantastic media coverage.
But I think this was a lesson in finding one thing that you let yourself feel. And I let myself feel joy about it. And I hope he's alive for another, 95 years.
Yeah,
right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when
the news is being so wholesome. I take it all back. The news is being wholesome.
you have childhood cancer that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he isn't one who has to testify against the people who carried out acts of seditious conspiracy and then live to see Donald Trump.
Wait, what's wrong with her comment? Wait, what's wrong with her comment? Is that, I heard everyone was outraged by what this reporter said. Nobody has shown like less disrespect to the fucking police than these people. What is disrespectful about that comment? She's making a point. She's making a point that what is going on with this kid is sad. But everything that Trump does is like contradictory to the people he claims to stand up for. There's no way people are genuinely outraged over this comment. It's not unhinged at all. There's nothing unhinged about this. If you think this is a fucking unhinged comment, you're insanely sensitive. This is not unhinged. This is what dude, I'm shocked. I didn't know this was what everybody's fucking upset about. She's making a point. And it's a good point. That this is a kid, he's aspiring to be in law enforcement, he has Trump's backing, and yet the events perpetrated by Trump supporters lie in direct contradiction to this respect for law enforcement. There's nothing unhinged about this.
And those people.
What the fuck? This is the news!
Okay, thanks. I really? This is the news? I thought I was fucking watching Coco Melon, dude.
The tolerant left. I really hope he doesn't kill himself.
What is the... we need to find whatever fucking dumbass leftist called them the tolerant left. Because this whole, like... It's like such a straw man at this point. I don't know any fucking leftist that claims to be the tolerant left. Okay, look, they say they're tolerant, but they're not they have a political position. Obviously, you're not going to fucking tolerate everything. If you have is there any political position out there like that states every political position and person representing those positions and every event ever is good? I don't think there is. This like tolerant left thing is like, it pisses me off so fucking much. No, we're not tolerant. We're not tolerant. We're incredibly intolerant. Unbelievably intolerant. And it's a good thing.
Guys, I really hope he doesn't grow up to fight and defend the Capitol against Donald Trump and end up killing himself because Donald Trump is so bad. He's so Hitler. What a classic Trump-Hitler maneuver.
What? She didn't even say that. She didn't even say that. She's referencing a real event that happened at his instigation. That's like, that's not even like comparing him to another person. She's just comparing it to like an actual event that had like negative bearing on law enforcement that he instigated, that actually happened. Hitler did not cause the fucking the January 6th insurrection. Hitler did not cause the fucking January 6th insurrection. Dude, this guy's retarded. Hold on, I gotta restart my game. Wait.
Somehow twist Trump making a little kid's life better into Trump Hitler. Hell yeah, baby. That's MSNBC for you. The mainstream media cooking. Now,
if you didn't all weigh 90 pounds, you could do something about your intolerance. Yes, you fucking fat asses. Everybody's 90 pounds. Have you seen the people? Have you... Honestly, I would... This is what I don't get about conservatives. If I was a fucking conservative, I would be trying to, like, distance myself and disown these people as much as possible. Because this is, like, the worst like... If the crowd that was, like, marching on the Capitol was, like, meant to be a representative of my group, I'd be like, dude, I'm cooked. These are, like, fat fucking hillbilly slobs, fucking dirty clothing, fat, obese, smelly, just, like, aesthetically disgusting people. Aesthetically disgusting people. Like, what? I mean, what about any of these, like, why would you ever want to associate with these people? Fucking? Oh, yeah, we're a Christian stream. I can't curse. Sorry.
Now, that's not the only upset that happened that day. Over here, you have...
Will Representative Green present himself to the will?
Representative Green. We are going to be talking about him briefly because he had quite the crash out during Trump's speech. So, Trump gave a speech in Congress, a pretty great speech. One of the greatest speeches. He gave such a big speech.
Why does he constantly, like, the Trump impersonate, like, I've seen this before in, like, clips of other people watching it. Why does he always, like, do the Trump impersonation bit?
Crazy. Everyone was like, wow, what a massive speech. What a huge, unbelievably massive speech that was given. Now, that speech got a, are you ready, guys? Are you ready? That speech got a 76% approval rate on the leftist media's polling. That's pretty crazy. Now, during his speech...
Is that true?
Al Green...
College victory.
Is that true? A 76... That we're so fucked. We're so fucked. A 76% approval rating. I have to look into that. Wait, amongst what group? Amongst his voters? No shot, dude. We're so cooked.
Al Green, what a cool character. Was like, here's the Republicans all cheering, here's the Democrats all just upset. Now here's Al Green.
2,000.
He's just standing there with his pimp cane.
700 to 525 on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
Now pay attention to this guy.
First time in modern history, more American.
And you got people walking up to him being like, yo, let's not freak out in the middle of the speech, guys. Let's be normal.
Believe that our country is headed in the right direction, then the wrong direction.
That's insane. That's insane. We're heading in the right direction. What is it? We've like destroyed... Dude, if I were, like, I feel really, like, if I were a fucking Canadian right now, dude, we've, like, absolutely betrayed, like, one of our, like, as much as fucking conservatives, like, to misrepresent Canada, one of our, like, greatest fucking allies, we have absolutely betrayed them. We've destroyed our diplomatic relations, the $5 trillion got from the fucking stock market. Like, we're heading in the right direction. What is the right direction for you people? I'm very confused. I'm very confused. What is the fucking right direction?
In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing the most ever.
Oh, shit. All right. That's pretty crazy. All the Republicans clapping. All right. We're locked in.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever.
You hear the screaming in the background? Like the actual crash out literally in the background?
Recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
And this guy with his fucking pimp cane sticking out, yelling at him while he's giving a speech. Now, the funniest thing is, they end up throwing him out of the room, which is the first time in history they actually needed to throw a representative out of the fucking room because he's been such a...
Is that true? Dude, I've seen videos online of like British Parliament or whatever, and like the Brits are like the polite ones or whatever, but like I've seen them kick people out of the fucking room. Who's that one guy? Dennis Skinner or whatever his name is. He called another representative or somebody, or was it the prime? I don't remember. Was he referring to David Cameron? No, he had to have been referring. David Cameron wasn't in office then, right? But he called him Dodgy Dave, and what do you guys call it? Our equivalent of what? The Speaker of the House? Like their equivalent of that said to him, you have to retract your comment and not call him dodgy. And he refused, so they kicked him out of the room.
A crash out whiny little bitch baby. Now, of course, he became the Democrat hero for standing up to big orange evil Hitler man. So
Orange man bad? Yes, he is bad. Yes, he is bad. Yes. Absolutely, yes. Problem? Yes, Orange man is bad. Yes.
Everyone's like, oh my god, you're silencing his freedom of speech. Bro, Trump also has freedom of speech and the right to not sit there while someone's just yelling at him while he's trying to give a speech. You know what happens?
True. This is just what you need to say. I do have TDS. I am a fucking triggered lib. I am a triggered lib. I have TDS. Orange man is bad. I support Canada and will be moving there. Problem?
If a teacher gives a speech in a school and a child stands up waving a stick at the teacher and yelling at the teacher,
we deserve to lose our position as leader of the free world, and that's exactly where we're headed. We just united all of Europe and Canada against us, and you're coping if you don't think that's happened. True. I'm moving to the listen, I won't move to Canada just because, like, it seems, like, boring. I'm going to the EU. Oh my god, what is it, Perry? Can I help you, sir?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
I saw your reaction. It's from a one-month-old stream. I saw your reaction to a person, I believe their name is Rebecca, and you called them a horror cow. And I think you're being a retard about the whole situation. I want to talk to you about it. Would you like to talk about that?
About Rebecca? If it's who I'm thinking of, sure. I don't think you actually. This is a troll, right?
No. Let me explain. Well, first of all, let me make sure you know who it is that I'm referring to.
The Box Life?
It's the one. Yeah. Exactly. They're the one that had the meltdown with their dad and whatever. So my understanding, Aiden, I didn't write notes or anything, but my understanding is that you called them like a horror cow. You think they were, that they're like evil, basically.
Did I say they were evil?
I don't know. I didn't finish the video because I started playing Minecraft. So I did want to ask you as well. This isn't just me. I know it sounds like I'm confronting you, but this is also me asking you. Clarify your position.
Sure. So based on, and this is why I left room for like deniability, saying I don't have the full picture here. That's what I said. Mm-hmm. But based on the video with the father alone, this Rebecca person is just like completely like being like, it's like an insane overreaction it's an insane overreaction towards her father.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously. But you were like sitting there giving like shitty commentary like, is this person on meth? Is this person on meth? This person's crazy. Yes. Oh, this spooky music. They're a horror cow.
Yeah, they were screaming
like,
over
what do you
like,
mean, yeah?
They were screaming over like a fairly like minor like thing that should for like the average person in their shoes be like a minor
for the
annoyance.
Average person. Well, what is their shoes, right? What is their shoes?
Okay,
like this person is very clearly mentally ill. Right, they're like very clearly mentally ill, autistic trans person.
Yeah, and that offends
me.
Oh,
I'm boring you. You don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about this, Perry. I don't want to talk about the fact that I gave like a shitty, retarded, myopic, uninteresting take.
So what issue do you have with my take?
issue I have with your take is that you're sitting there, you're not actually engaging with the situation as it's unfolding. You're not looking at what's happening between them and thinking, all right, what could have led to this situation? What's the dynamic here?
Wait,
did
I not say that verbatim? Did I not say there could be context outside of this that we're missing?
Yeah,
about the
you
relationship.
Said that, but you didn't actually think about the call. You could say there is context. You didn't give any of that possible context
because I didn't have it. That's why I didn't have it. That's why I left room for deniability.
But it's very clear what's going on there, Aiden. I don't even think, like, from your fucking analysis of the situation, you would think that this is like a out of nowhere. This is 1 in a million, like crazy person. But it's not, is it?
If I thought,
it's not.
If I thought that this was out of nowhere, why would I leave and intentionally open the door for there to be additional context that would change my opinion about this? If I thought that this was like. Why would I do that?
Additional context. Okay, well, just help me out here. What
no, answer the question. No, answer the question. Answer the question.
Why would you do that? Because it's the fucking thing all you commentary retards do, where it's like, I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Answer the question.
I'm answering the question, you fucking smart retard. I'm telling you, the reason you did it, I'll say it again, I guess you weren't listening, retard. The reason you did it is because it's what all you commentary retards do, where it's like you can't actually take a strong position based on your opinion. You have to say, I could be wrong here, there could be something wrong, because you never actually say, that is you being strong in your position, because you never actually say, yeah, this is definitely the case, ever, for anything. So when you say, with your fucking brain-dead, myopic bullshit, oh, I could be wrong here, I could be wrong here, that's just you saying, yeah, this is the case. But you're doing it in the gay commentary way.
You know what? You're right, and I'll keep doing it. Problem?
See what I mean? It's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. That's the issue. The problem I have is it's pathetic, Aiden. You're not actually doing interesting engagement with the fucking content you're watching. You're just sitting there being a fucking, is this person on drugs?
All right,
That's crazy.
You know what I'll do? Next time when I'm doing the reaction, if I have nothing to say, so I'm taking your advice to heart, okay? I was arguing it first because sometimes being hit with the facts of the matter is hard to accept initially.
And you're just memeing out of it because you're afraid of actually engaging with how shit of a fucking commentary stream you are.
So next time I watch a video like this...
Next time. Wait, next time.
That is what I'm saying. Yeah, so next time I watch a video like this, I'll make sure to give more substantial things for my audience to watch, to rip out my 20-inch penar to show all of them, and then mock you for your micropiness.
Aren't I epic?
All right.
The kid gets punished. This is basic 2nd grade basic bitch shit. And they don't get it. They're like, hey, this is the freedom of speech, guys.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions.
Can you imagine being told this? You are such a baby.
That's your warning. Members are engaging in
this guy. What a goober. He only makes things more humiliated. Don't worry.
Continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the sergeant at arms to restore order.
See, it's good. He is a DEI hire. He's
oh my, this is like the meme that they were doing. You accuse like any black person of DEI is literally just the fucking, it's just saying the N-word without saying it. This is and a DEI hire? He's a member of Congress. He's a member of Congress. He was elected. That's a joke, right? That's a joke. But if he's going to address like the right-wing cope DEI hire claim like it's serious, we'll address this like it's serious. How do you think he got there? How do you think he became a member of Congress? It's an elected position. Like, yeah, DEI.
The retarded hire. And the DEI hire of the Democratic Party. They needed to get one retard to fill a seat.
To the joint session.
And you got all the Republicans clapping, all the Democrats sitting, except for this
one. Okay, so you're admitting there's only, huh? So the joke is there's only one retard in the Democrat Party. Okay.
One freak yelling at him, waving his cane. What a hero. Am I right, guys? Anyway, they end up throwing him out. In case you were curious. Bro doesn't want to sit down. He keeps standing there. He keeps shrieking.
Take your seat.
He keeps yelling. He doesn't want to sit down. And they end up escorting him out of the room because he's just yelling for the sake of yelling. Now, a lot of people don't see this. This is the secret uncut footage of what actually happened. There was a close-up shot. This is important because I feel like a lot of people don't actually see this. This is what actually happened up close. Yes, a lot of people didn't see the full footage. I just felt like it was important to show you exactly what happened because...
Oh, it's going to be an unfunny meme.
Somehow this part wasn't properly captured. Now, represented...
That was hilarious. What's the joke? He turns into a dinosaur?
Because somehow this...
A lizard? What is the funny... Are you serious? Are you serious? That's the joke? My sides. my sides.
This part wasn't properly captured. Now, Representative retard Al Green decided to become the hero of the Democratic Party. Hassan Piker, now he's fighting for freedom of speech after he bans literally everyone in his chat. Everyone in his chat that says anything even remotely pro-Jewish gets banned. Okay? Literally. You say something pro-Jewish in Hassan's chat, he bans you.
Is that true? No. What? That's not, no, okay, that was a joke. I know that's not true. I don't like Hassan, I'm not gonna defend Hassan. But like with these people, it's gonna be like, pro-Jewish is like, Hassan like, has like an insane issue with like Zionism or whatever, and like it's conflated, so it's like anti-Jewish. Listen, dude, you're just making Hassan sound cool. I'm kidding, but I highly doubt it. What did he ban someone for saying?
Suddenly, Hassan is the biggest supporter ever of Al Green. Every Democrat should be
So you just didn't even like give an example.
Exactly like this. Respect to Al Green for screaming and waving his cane at a guy giving a speech. Truly heroic moves by the Democratic Party, making big strides. Guys, the Democrats keep losing. The more extreme the right gets, the more retarded the left gets. It's crazy. I wish there was some sort of counterbalance. How is there no counterbalance? Hamas Piker, the terrorist sympathizer.
Oh, I thought the he's Israeli thing was a joke. He's actually Israeli, isn't he? The way he said that. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, you're a bad person for being Israeli. Obviously not.
That silences people, okay, that have any form of opinion that is even
I thought that was a meme.
remotely pro-Jew, all right, is supporting Al Green for yelling at a guy in middle of the speech, all right? And look at Al Green. Look at this guy. I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against the president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
Yes.
I can't believe Trump is stopping Social Security
Stand up for that.
from going to the 360-year-old red.
It's like, wow, you yelled, and it's like everything with them is like surface level. You did something like surface level disrespectful. Are all of his policies not fucking disrespectful? Like, what? I think that's like far more disrespectful than this guy like heckling.
Registered guy getting Social Security. Thank you, Doge, for doing your job.
Get it across to a person who uses his incivility.
But he became a martyr. He's a martyr, a hero of the people.
See, like this random like fucking Trump impression where it doesn't fit. You're not even mocking Trump or like saying something that he would say. It's like, it's so unfunny.
He has no.
And I don't know why it's only playing out of one ear. This is criminal.
I have people who are very fearful, and they have only.
He doesn't give a shit about poor people. He doesn't care about any of these people. Literally, he doesn't give a flying fuck. He doesn't want to get investigated to see where the U.S. aid money went. He doesn't want to get investigated.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, it's like all the talking points. DEI, US aid, fucking, dude, I can't. I genuinely, it's like infuriating. I find it hard. Like, there's like a tremor in my fucking hand right now. He's just throwing in just like totally random shit.
By Doge to see what he was paid by the taxpayer dollars. Do you know why he's so scared about being investigated? Where the
he was on Epstein's list. That's why he's scared. If he says that, it's over. If he says that, it's over.
Taxpayer dollars was. Do you know why? Do I, Lord Nuxanor, random blue retard on the internet, have some interesting drama to throw into the foray because I like chaos a lot? Yeah, turns out Democrat Representative Al Green raped former aide Lucinda Daniels in May of 2007, allegedly. Yikes. They bribed.
He threw in the allegedly. Is there an? He did not, dude. He threw in the allegedly for plausible deniability. But like, if you're even gonna present an allegation in this way, you need to act like there is some. It was either he's gonna be accused of being a pedophile or a rapist. Okay, I said Epstein's Island to be specific. He's now accusing him of being a rapist. Trump was, and I'm not even settled on if Trump raped that woman or not, because I would not be fucking surprised. Wasn't he was found civilly liable for sexual assault. Now I agree that there's a far lesser burden in civil court, but like this is just some like, we'll look into this when he's done. We'll look into this when he's done. I doubt there's any... It's like, this is like a perfect representation of the right. There's just like a schizographic with text on it. It's a source. I want to look into this now. Fuck, dude. Al Green, Lucinda Davis. Okay, we've got a source from Free Republic. The sex predator Democrat Al Green, currently serving in U.S. Congress, raped a former aide, Lucinda Daniels, in May of 2007. The rapist then bribed Daniels with $875,000 using the secret slut fund U.S. Congress appropriated. They paid out more than $17 million of taxpayers' money to settle their sexual assault and rape charges. Where do I even go to, like, there's like no, you could say, if you even bring up the fact that nobody is fucking, if you bring up the fact that nobody is like, there's no news source talking about this, they'll be like, oh, well, the media is covering it up. Why would Fox cover it up? This is a credible allegation. Okay, I don't know if I mistyped his name based on how, like, little there is here. Oh, Daniels. Why'd I put Davis? It's Daniels. I put it in wrong. I had to have mistyped somebody's name. Oh, here it is. Thank God. The Times of India. In 2008, former staffer Lucinda Daniels accused Green of sexual assault. Daniels filed a lawsuit against Green and then withdrew it. Green filed a countersuit alleging Daniels had threatened to sue Green for workplace discrimination if Green did not pay her money. Green subsequently withdrew his suit too. As per a report by The Hill, the spokesman for Green said that the two had a romantic encounter in 2007, but that allegations of sexual harassment were untrue. At a time when several other congressmen were facing accusations of sexual misconduct, Green and Daniels released a joint statement saying they both regretted having hastily made allegations and charges against one another that have been absolutely resolved. And added that the two were friends. I have to find this. I'm not going to do what Nux did and reiterate this is a real statement. Dude, there's no shot. There's no shot. Politico. Unprompted joint statement with a female former staffer who years ago made and later dropped allegations with the two on Monday. Okay, Politico said this, so I'm more trusting that the statement was made. According to the Houston Chronicle. Oh, they wrote this in 2008, so the source is the Houston Chronicle. I'll have to find the original source, but I doubt they're just blatantly making this up. But if that's true, like, Trump had an accuser that was like, that a civil court found her accusations to be credible. This is a case of the victim is even saying she withdrew her suit and was claiming she was too hasty and is friends with the guy. Now that doesn't mean he didn't do something to her, but that highly adds doubt to like any claims of rape. Now you could say, oh, well, he bribed her with the money, but then I need to see some proof of that. So he's just throwing shit in as padding. Also, where's the source that the taxpayer money went to her?
Daniels.
This is a random like boomer Facebook image. Are you serious?
With $875,000 using a secret slush fund U.S. Congress appropriated that paid more than $17 million. We paid his rape bribe with taxpayer money. No community note. Interesting.
Wait, there's tons of fake shit. Wait. This is such a fucking bad faith argument. There are so many fucking blatantly verifiably false claims that have been made to X that have no community note. Are you serious? So he's trying to add credibility to this claim by saying that there is no community note. Hold on. I want to look up the original. Also, when was the date on this?
Dollars using a secret slush fund.
AIDS
U.S.
gang
Congress.
represent, okay?
Goodbye MUTAHAR. Goodbye Tommy C. Goodbye LERIX. The Leviathans have come for you and humbly thank you for your service. Sincerely, Camden Gerard Davis.
Yo, thank you so much for the donut. If we hit gold, ladies and gentlemen, I will stay live till 6 a.m. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appropriated that paid more than 17 million.
Hold on, I just want to look for the source and see if it was
He
community
paid
noted.
his rape bribe with taxpayer money. No.
March 8th. When was this posted? 3 days ago. What's the account name?
His rape.
FFT 1776. Did the original count take it down? Oh, that would be so funny if that were true. Wait, hold on. From these accounts. At FFT 1776. Al Green. Alright, there we go. Nope, didn't take it down. Nope, still no community note. Alright.
Bribe with taxpayer money. No community note. Interesting. I wonder. I don't know if it's
What else is the account posted? I want to check it out. Actually, you're right. Good point. Good point.
true, but
Let's see. Dude. AI gen profile. Fucking an unironic AI gen profile. Trump, America First, Constitutional Conservative, Eat Clean, Animal Rescue Donation, Skincare, Trump won. Also, when I put in her statement, there were a bunch of fucking accounts, and this could just be that, like, copy and pasted. It was the same exact tweet. It was the same exact tweet. What did she tweet? And oh, I want to see. It's just a bunch of fucking retweets. Like, if you just put in, like, we got this account, Patricia. It's like the exact same. Well, she's adding her, so maybe. Hold on, I put the @ in here. Where I'm just like looking where they are sourcing this. Oh, they're not gonna like this one. He hasn't paid her a dime. Made up accusations. Phony. Wait, why is it made up accusations for against Trump, but like unsubstantiated allegations against Al Green? We can reiterate as fact. Reminder, the only evidence was hearsay from 30 years earlier, and the venue the jury came from was a 92% Democratic borough. That's why you do things like jury selection, right? That's why you do jury selection, right? Like, you're saying there's no proof. Where's the proof against Al Green? Yeah, they're not gonna fucking like this, dude.
Special course.
I'm just saying, it will be really weird if it was. It would be really weird if it was that American taxpayer money went to pay him, and then, of course...
It would be weird if it was. Thing that I have no evidence of, that I didn't do any fucking research on. Yeah, it would be weird, Nux. It would be very fucking weird. You're right, dude. So true. So fucking true.
He plays the race card. Average politician jumps out. The reason why they kicked him out of the room, he's now claiming it's because he's black. He literally tries his best to play the race card. He says that, yep, it's because of racism. That's why it happened.
Didn't you literally bring up that DJ Daniel is black when citing that, like, the Democrats didn't clap for him? This is the problem with the race card. It's like on the conservative side. It's just like pretend like race doesn't exist. But you do act like race exists, and in fact pull the race card when it's beneficial to you. So why is it like you're not against the race card, you're just against the race card when it's inconvenient for you? Like, it's like so disingenuous. And if that's the truth, just say that. Just say, yeah, there's no legitimate reason to pull the race card here, which I'd even maybe agree with in this case. But you don't have a problem with the race card.
The screaming, the reason why he was kicked out because of all the screaming, well, guys, we're coming full circle. Why the Democrats will keep losing until they change their fucking messaging.
To sit in the back of the
2028, we're not losing. 2028, we are not losing.
bus, the balcony of the movie.
Wow.
Unless the Democrats decide to run like the most unlikable person in fucking human history. There's no way we're gonna... Listen, after these 4 years, there's no shot we lose. Isn't he Canadian? He's Canadian, American, and Israeli.
A colored water fountain. When the speaker decided that I would be removed, and then there was this motion, this resolution to censure me.
A guy was giving a speech, and he was standing there in front of him, waving his cane and screaming like a retard. He wouldn't sit down, so they threw him out. And he thinks that, and now he's saying that he's being censored because he's black. You cannot make this up. You can't make it up. Oh my God.
It became obvious to me that I was not
yeah,
being
it's so
treated
obvious, right?
as others were. And candidly speaking, it is invidious discrimination. I had to...
It's the opposite of discrimination. You were acting like...
I mean, there was a legitimate reason to kick this guy out, even though I think there was a legitimate reason for him to fucking heckle, right?
Little baby bitch in the room, and they threw you out. Actual demented. It's insane.
For him to go and shake his pimp cane at President Trump
His
was
pimp cane?
absolutely abhorrent.
It is.
It's like, this is the people that talk about respect. Have respect for the... You talk about respect while everything you do, and like, they pretend to be respectful when it's convenient for them. And then whine about disrespect from the side of the Democrats. And then, like, these are the most fucking disrespectful people on earth. Yeah, like, you're accusing the guy of being a fucking pimp. You're accusing the black guy of being a pimp. Like, what are you fucking... I mean, it's just, like, it's insane. It's just, like, this feigned, like, anger over, like, a lack of respect. And when, like, everything they do is, like, in like, oh my God, Destiny, you fucking made fun of the fucking Trump supporter that got shot. Meanwhile, like, you could find tweets of, like, the same people laughing at, like, the fucking Paul Pelosi hammer attack.
It's abhorrent. It's insane. A guy's giving a freaking speech. Let the man speak. And then the Democrats are like, I thought you cared about...
Or, like, the death of George Floyd. That's another one. It's like, oh, dude, we believe in law and order, but this guy's death is somehow more justified because he committed a crime 10 years ago. Like, okay, like what?
Freedom of speech, why would you throw him out? Bro was giving a speech, bro. If I give a speech, I want you to shut the fuck up and listen. Or leave. You don't need to sit there. Don't interrupt me. Now, it was a really bad day for the Democrats. Drop a heart if you stand with Al Green. Literally compiling a retard list in real time. This is crazy. But don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys, because the Democrat messaging of the last week is getting worse and worse. This was the beginning of the downfall. But the downfall, oh, there is so much more. I did tell you they're 120% cooked. And I did not over-exaggerate. So, Asmongold had a couple of clips where he just looked at a couple of interesting ththings that happened in the Democratic Party in this last week.
Letting my Gen Z staff write the script.
So, interestingly enough, this is it's hard to say this, that this is, how is this a political person? I'm sorry, bro. Like, this is crazy.
This is the Ranking Rizzler on appropriations.
Guys, it's the Ranking Rizzler on appropriations. She looks like the fucking Vulture from Marvel Comics.
I will say, listen, I will say that this woman was an optical nightmare. Okay? That, like, she is a god-tier troll, like fucking Klaus Schwab and George Soros. Like, if you want to, like, make the conservatives, like, fucking flail. Like, she's a god-tier troll. But, like, dude, come on. Out of all the looks you could have fucking shown. Out of all the looks you could have chose.
Serving Connecticut's 3rd District. It's time to enter.
If this was a troll, she's so based. I stand with Rose, our queen.
Your dark academia Congress era. We are not chasing the bag. We are the bag.
Does she not?
Dude, she's so awesome. Actually, when I look at it from the light of like she's trolling, she is so fucking awesome.
I realize that, dude, this is crazy. We are the bag. Nosferatu over here giving you crazy insight.
It's giving it.
She said
it's giving skip. Dude, she is so based. Oh my god. I love her. I love her. I love her. She's so fucking based.
Skibbity! Oh my god! It's giving Skibbity, guys.
So...
Bro, they needed to get her to be the new Severus Snape. Dude, huge L. Huge L. So in the new Harry Potter, the TV show that they're making, they wanted to represent the media. So they're getting this dude to play Severus Snape. Which is pretty retarded, to be honest. It's like, how do you fuck up the source material that badly? This is a real thing. I'm not joking. They want to ruin your childhood.
I think, hot take, yeah, obviously, like, this is, like, cringe. But, like, I feel like the remake was gonna... Or not, it's not a remake, is it? Are they just doing an adaptation of The Cursed Child? Or is it going to be a remake of the actual... If it's a remake, it was going to be shit anyway, okay? It was just going to be shit anyways. This is not, for me, like... Obviously, I think this is, like, a mistake. Obviously, they should have gone with... What's that fucking one guy's name? Adam... I forget his fucking name. I forget who he was. They should have gone with him. But, like... like, this is not going to be the detriment to me about whether this shit sucks or not. Yeah, Adam Driver. That would have been good casting. I think they're trying to go with British people though, right?
So badly, they're gonna get this guy play Snape. Like, dog doesn't even have fucking hair. All right, forget the obvious bullshit race swap random crap. But dog, this is a better Severus Snape. I'm not even kidding. Cannot wait for the scene where James Potter hangs Snape by the tree and makes fun of him for being black.
So
okay, good one.
Sigma.
Is this
good one, buddy? Good one. Good one.
It's so Sigma, guys.
Fake? This has got to be fake, right?
Nope, it's real.
This has got to be fake. Like, it has to.
That is, by the way, that's not just a random.
Guys, this is my reaction to like the guy who's like campaigned on we're all gonna be wealthier again. Losing $5 trillion in the stock market, like 3 months into his fucking victory. Dude, that would be my reaction, but no, it's over purple hair, because all these people care about is like culture war shit. Screaming libs, culture war, transgender people in sports, fucking like non-issues.
Be fake, right?
Nope, it's real.
This has got to be fake. Like, it has to.
Yes, that would be a good fucking reaction to the state of the stock market. Yes.
By the way, that's not just a random Democrat. That is a Congresswoman. Okay, that is an actual person that is elected. That is a government official.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, you've said that 8 fucking different ways.
I just want you to be clear, all right? That is not a random person recording themselves.
So now you've just said it again.
That is an actual important official.
We fucking get it. We get it. They're a member of Congress. We get it, you fucking... How many times are you gonna say it?
Okay? Like, this is her in Trump's congressional speech. What the... She looks like a fucking villain!
You're literally... like, first of all, most base troll of all time. We love you, Rose. But you're literally fucking talking right now with a fucking VTuber avatar, little bro. That's way more ridiculous than fucking purple hair. Being a grown man using a fucking avatar like this, because I don't want to show my face. Privacy reasons. I don't know if that's what he says, but no, just be honest. You're fucking ugly.
Not Skibbity, very Sigma.
No way.
It's unbelievable.
Sigma, main character energy.
Oh my
but
God.
Republicans' project 2025 is mad sus. Eliminating the
Dude, she's so based. I love her. I love her.
Department of Education, negative horrible.
I feel like someone in Elon Musk's team, like Big Balls or one of those guys, literally ended up as a psyop person to write these scripts for these people. They'll say anything. Like, watching them try to slobber on the dicks of Gen Z people to appreciate them is insane.
Basically, the biggest phantom tax on the environment.
Phantom tax?
No way. They got this woman to call it the phantom tax.
Education and your rights. Big L posting it online,
Dude.
buddy.
Is this not the
We love you, Rose. Is that Xylee? Okay, don't insult this woman like that. Don't insult this woman like that, please. She looks about 50 years younger than Xylee, okay?
most painful thing you've ever seen?
Democrats understood the assignment, but go off. See how I keep you informed?
You literally did not keep us informed about anything.
Cutesy, very demure.
Was that not the most humiliating thing you've ever seen? I love how Big L just applies to the entire Democratic Party. The fact that they actually went ahead and say that shit.
I feel
this might be the worst idea in the history of time.
I guess I could summarize like these type of creators as people that obviously have no interest in politics trying to cover it. And it's like obviously because they think that's the fucking meta. Like I don't think. Like I would be highly surprised if we could like read minds. Like I know for a fact that Cheeto doesn't give a fuck about politics. But like I'd be very surprised if we could get inside Asmongold's head and like fucking see if he actually cares about anything he's talking about. He's just doing it because it's the fucking meta.
This is a worse idea than having Kamala Harris run for president.
Bad for a lot of
I mean, honestly, I'd vote for her 2028.
liberals because they're gonna take away gay marriage at this rate.
That's the thing! The right is literally gaining so much power because the left is literally shooting themselves in the butt every single time. You don't understand. The right is literally, like, the extreme right is gonna go completely unchecked. They're gonna have literally unlimited power because the left is fucking dropping themselves into boiling oil in real time.
If you weren't Jewish, you would be siding with them or not talking about them at all. Okay, the only reason you care about the extreme right, the only reason anyone like you would look down on the extreme right is because they'd come for your ass too. But if you were, that's just by virtue of you being Jewish. That's probably the only reason you fucking care about them.
Like, this is an unbelievable moment. Like, if I was like a hardcore Democrat and I saw that, I might kill myself. I say that with no hyperbole.
They're gonna get rid of it. This might take us so far back, it could go back to segregation.
Bro, there are a lot of righty G's like that, where it's like, the only reason you're not like being like a Candace Owens type figure and like dog whistling to the fucking neo-Nazis is just because it's your group that's being affected. Like, that's the only reason.
So bad.
Dude, it's crazy.
This is nuts. Oh no.
Bro, they're gonna see this clip, they're gonna play it in Congress, and they're gonna be like, all right, we are ending gay marriage now. No more race mixing, okay? We're not doing that shit anymore. Mandatory baptisms. Do you see the insanity that's going on? Like, this is just what the Democrats are up to these days. Keep her away from Dalmatians. Like, you don't understand. It's crazy. Don't worry, guys. It's worse. Because you thought that was trying to appeal to the Gen Z. Hello.
And you thought that was bad, Lois.
Well, how you doing, fellow kids audience? No. We are not even close.
Wasn't Trump literally like doing like collaborations with like fucking Aiden Ross and like XQC? Like, yeah, every political figure is trying to appeal. They're all old. Trump's very old, but like they're obviously trying to appeal to like a rising voter base. Yeah, shocking. Shocking news, man. Shocking fucking news.
Not even close to the level of downfall that we're watching. We are so just...
Yeah, it's the Aiden Ross is probably the best example of this. Aiden Ross is the best example of this. The only reason I think, and for all I know, he did go down this route. I've heard rumors. I have to check it out more. But the only reason, like, Aiden Ross wasn't going down, like, the fucking Sneeko, the fucking Sneeko Myron path is just because he was Jewish. If that, like, one aspect of himself was gone, he would be going with these people full fucking force. He could be, for all I know. Maybe I missed out.
At the surface, 120% cooked, and I am bringing you the sauce.
God.
All right, look at this. Look at this other ad campaign that they're running. I'm not even kidding. This is an actual ad campaign that they run. They got all of the actual Democratic congresswomen, okay, and congressmen. They got all of them to film these unbearably cringe clips that all backfire.
God.
You're not ready.
All right. This is bad.
All right, so Sully Jessica Wu, bento box queen, mommy of the century, sleep deprived. They give them fucking stat screens.
This is real bad. The House Democrats released a choose your
Dude, 5 trillion gone from the stock market, but the Dems are being cringe.
fighter skit to entice their base.
It's not working, guy. It's working in reverse. It is working in
He entertained all of them, but like, was he heavily like reiterating their like claims himself? He just seems like a fucking like dumbass that sits back and has them on because it's based. He doesn't seem like somebody like them that's like actually trying to like seriously argue for anything. I know he associated with them, but was he like ever going like full on into like fucking Holocaust denial and shit?
reverse. No one makes you want to vote for Trump more than a Democrat. I swear to God, more people voted for Trump to spite the Democrats than voted for Trump because they're MAGA. I swear to God. Like, they are literally their biggest enemies, and they're retards, which makes my content very fun. Definitely subscribe for more chaos. The any percent fucked franchise for Democrats is gonna go crazy. I'm making a playlist.
I want to check out the comments. Hold on. I really want to check out the comments here. 6 million's a little high. Good one, buddy. Good one. My husband has brain cancer, 9 years. Oh my, the fucking sob story. Here we go. She's either gonna say depending on what she says here, that's either gonna be based or really current. Well, yeah, no shit. He was a lucky one. This little boy is not in remission, and he has not beaten anything. The cancer is spread everywhere in his brain and now in his spinal cord. Soon to most likely be in a wheelchair. He is terminal. There's an interview somewhere with his dad. I'm a pediatric nurse. Dude, why is, for some reason, a lot of pediatric nurses... we have a why is everybody in the comments giving their opinion on something a nurse? Which pisses me off more. He's trying to make each day count, and those ancient assholes do not care. Like Trump? Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. The fucking old-ass president that's, like, hugging the kid and using him as a political puppet and cutting funds to cancer research, they don't care. He's trying to make each day count, and those ancient assholes don't care. He's such a great and loving child. I can't believe anyone would be an asshole to him. Yeah, I agree. Super big asshole move to cut funding to cancer research, especially for your husband. May God rest his soul. I don't know where your husband leaned politically, or if he was suicidal, but I don't know if he'd be quite happy with you voting for the guy cutting funding to research that could have saved him. I'm so angry. God bless you, honey. Bless his amazing daddy, too. His dad is not amazing. Why are we saying his dad's amazing? His father is not amazing. Okay? I don't care who this kid supports politically. I don't even care who his dad supports politically. Nobody deserves that, okay? Nobody fucking deserves to have cancer. That's horrible for the kid. I'm not gonna call the kid retarded because he's a fucking kid. And I was born to a fucking conservative family, and I was one, and you don't have, like, serious politics, especially that young, okay? So, kid's in the clear, right? But the dad, like, using his son to, like, prop up the guy that is cutting funding to cancer research is just like insane to me. And the worst part is I don't even think his dad knows that. A lot of conservatives probably don't even fucking know that he's doing this because they can't fucking read into policy. They only care about culture war shit. It's like, oh, Trump helped the girl who got... Okay, Nick Fuentes had a really based take on this, but one of Trump's guests was like a girl who like went up against a fucking trans volleyball player, and the ball got punted so fucking hard in her face she was like paralyzed. And they didn't initially like specify what sport she was playing for. But I'm like, dude, how do you, unless it's like baseball and somebody's pitching, how are you hit that fucking hard that you're paralyzed? Like, were you like literally Gorilla Grodd playing volleyball with fucking Gorilla Grodd over here? What the fuck? What? Gas is literally down 14% where I live. I love how they suddenly give a damn about inflation. Where you live, what is the national... Are gas prices going down nationally? Okay, they did drop. He's right. Gas prices did go down, but what does that have to do with Trump? They're expected to go up in a few weeks. We'll see if that actually happens. All right. Anyways, I was just reading something. Sorry.
AOC, who's investigated right now by the Department of Justice for helping illegal immigrants. Oh my God. New York's 14th Congressional District, youngest woman plus Latina to be elected to the House. Bro, they're still doing that. They're still doing the random DEI shit. Trekkie as a minus. Bro, Representative Lauren.
Good. Cut off drilling, subsidize electric vehicles. No, I'm kidding. You don't need to... I'm not going to claim to be super informed on gas, but subsidizing electric vehicles and then cutting the drilling seems like it might be a better plan when like electric vehicle ownership reaches a certain level, and subsidizing like renewable energy.
Lauren Underwood, youngest black woman elected to Congress. They're still doing the identity politics. Confounded, the black maternal office hates balloons. What the fuck?
Wait, is stream lagging for you?
What does that even mean? It's all identity politics.
Yes, it's identity politics on both your fucking ends. Yes. Yes. Agreed.
Representative Katarina Clark, House Minority Whip, Massachusetts 5th Congressional District, not into hair dye. Such a subtle way to say that my hair is natural. Judy Chu, California's 28th Congressional District, first Chinese American woman elected to Congress. Too sweet. Negative too sweet. Yeah, just like my negative too.
I mean, the real meta is we need to listen, Europe, guys, you gotta fucking bring your nuclear energy back, okay? If you like read into it, like the anti-nuclear people, like so insanely fucking retarded, like so retarded. It was like I was telling you about this. They saw what happened at like Fukushima, and they were like, oh, this is really bad to have nuclear reactors. And they didn't realize that fucking Fukushima malfunction because it got hit by a fucking tsunami. Right? And like Germany is not tsunami prone, but they still got rid of their reactors.
Too humble. Yeah, my negative is being too humble. It's not easy to be here as humble.
And where do we put the waste? Evacuate the fucking states of Nevada and Utah. Get everybody out of there, and we'll just use those or nuclear. Actually, that's not a great idea, because I think, what was it, the fucking 50s or 60s? They were doing atomic bomb testing in the lower desert area of Utah, and because the sand was irradiated, wind came by and blew the sand, and like St. George, Utah got like fucking irradiated. So actually that might not be a good idea.
And wholesome and as rich as I am. My negative is too wealthy with these incredibly like gay Street Fighter poses. But dude, first Chinese American woman, they're all doing the identity politics. Jasmine Crockett, Texas 1st Congressional District, public defender and attorney, not a morning person. Oh my god, it's so cringe. I can't believe they actually decided that they were gonna film that shit and post it. I actually think that's gonna help them. Like, I'm gonna show you JD Vance memes right after that to show you how to fucking do this shit.
In Smash Brothers, they don't stand there and move.
Dog, it's Asmongold, it's Street Fighter, it's not Smash Brothers. They're so early, literally. The whole point was.
Alright, I'm gonna try another one. This is insufferable. I can't watch all fucking 50 minutes of this. Oh, let's check this out.
That Zelensky
Oh, dude, yeah, this is an hour long. I'm not watching all of this.
wants involved in the war at Ukraine, and well, that's everyone. Zelensky seems to want everyone involved with the war in Ukraine. Welcome to a brand new video. Zelensky is crashing out. Trump is crashing out. Rubio responded. Vance made a tweet. Everyone's arguing. All out war. The drama's insane. The chaos is crazy.
Dude, we need to make a Nux Taku Bingo. Unfunny, like, random Trump impression that bears no relevance to, like, anything going on. Dude, that should be your default one. That should be in the middle.
European countries virtue signaling and sucking his cock and fondling his balls at the same time, doing the double trouble, as we like to call it over here, and everything is insane. We are waiting for the upcoming Putin apology video. It's gonna be insane. He'll maybe bring a ukulele and everything, make a continuous severe lapse in judgment, invaded Ukraine, you know, stuff like that.
YouTube
I
reference.
already made an entire video analyzing the actual Trump.
Dude, Mudahar really did a fucking... Mudahar really was on a podcast with this guy. Oh my god.
Zelensky situation, so we're not going to retread too much ground. We Got Receipts is a channel that made literally like a compilation of all the speeches of all the major key players after the actual White House meltdown. So let's jump right into it, baby. Without further ado, let's watch the man children break the world. Hell yeah! Subscribe for more chaos, baby.
Well, Zelensky, we're told, was begging to stay and work this out.
I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
I don't know if we can do business with Zelensky again.
Oh no!
Thank you.
I said it. No, you've done a lot of talking. You didn't have our military equipment. Your country is in big trouble.
Oh shit.
You're not.
Just to give a quick take on this, there's not too much dead air. Trump and Vance's, like, behavior in the course of this is, like, absolutely fucking indefensible. Like, I'll admit, Vance was worse than Trump, but, like, I even spoke to my fucking grandma, who's a conservative, and she was like, super, super, super fucking, like, disappointed in this. And it's like, the blatant misinterpretation and misrepresentation of what Zelensky was saying, like, proved to me that, like, these people, if nothing else proved it, this proves to me these people are, like, too stupid to have the fucking same rights as you and I. If you interpreted Zelensky saying, you have an ocean protecting you for now, as a threat to the United States, and not him trying to claim that even though Russia is not a pressing issue for you now, they could be later, that ocean won't bear any relevance, you're retarded. If you interpret that as a fucking threat, you're retarded.
I know. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate.
In case you missed it, history was made today when President Trump and Vice President Vance engaged in a very public spat.
Yeah, baby! Endless content!
And the suit comment. From the guy with, like, the fucking laughably oversized tie. The guy who wears... who wears fucking baseball caps outside, bruh. While acting in his official duties, criticizing some guy whose country's actively at war for wearing a fucking suit, or for wearing a what would be the word for it? an army shirt.
Sorry, I know that this is like doom and gloom because this might kick off World War III, but think of the content. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be insane. Yeah, my opinion on the whole Russia thing is something I've talked about in the past. I'm not gonna retread past steps every fucking time. But I think Zelensky is an incredibly manipulative man, and I think while he is definitely fighting a war where he is the victim in this war, he absolutely
it's like, talk about disrespectful. You have this guy in here to sign like a deal that's like beneficial to you, whose country is like getting. You're asking a man. You're asking a guy who's. I wonder. By the way, I wonder. Hold on. I wonder what Nux has to say about foreign aid to Israel. God, dude. The contradictory positions these people hold on fucking Israel and Ukraine is just insane. We have far more justification for giving foreign aid to Ukraine than we do Israel, because the Israelis can, based on what my understanding. And I'm okay with walking this back if somebody presents with evidence otherwise. The Israelis are more than capable of handling their conflicts by themselves at the moment. The Ukrainians are not. We're the ones that are going to make it likely for them to fucking win this thing. So there is far more justification for the funding of Ukraine than Israel. Cut foreign aid to both? Isn't maintaining Ukrainian sovereignty like highly beneficial to us? I mean, aren't we literally wasn't that literally the point of this meeting? We're just then again benefiting off another fucking thing from Ukraine.
Absolutely is wildly manipulative. You know, he came to America allegedly to make some sort of deal with minerals, and I think he blindsided everyone with just like a kind of wild, insane show of emotion about how there's like.
How does Ukraine win? The same way that we won Vietnam, dude. We won it. That they won Vietnam. We won Vietnam. The same way that we just hold the fucking line for so long. No, okay. Just hold the line until like Russian war support and morale. Like, these people can't fucking. There's no way these people's morale is gonna fucking like last forever. Just hold the line. I know we lost Vietnam. I corrected myself, retard. I corrected myself. I know we lost Vietnam. Oh my god. No, dude, I thought we won Vietnam. Of course we lost Vietnam. That's why I correct myself immediately afterwards. So I misspoke. Unless me saying we is like me secretly being a communist. But where the fuck was I going with this? Like, keep doing what they're doing, holding the line until morale and support from the Russian population is like the Ukrainians have far more incentive to like fight despite like greatly unfavorable conditions because it's their sovereign territory, their homeland, than the Russians would have for continuing the war under unfavorable conditions. Like, the average Ukrainian, I think, will be like far more invested in continuing the fight of this war, and there's far more room for morale to drop and conditions to get worse than there would be for the average Russian.
Like this entitlement that America needs to forever fund his war, and it definitely made things look kind of wild. It definitely looked kind of wild. He took this opportunity to give like a global plea to emotions, where Trump and Vance stood up to him, and then the EU had the opportunity to fucking stand on a podium, suck and gargle his nuts, so that they could look like they're the good guys.
How is that a plea to emotions? They're literally he references like that's the most logical thing. Why should we trust treaties and promises from the guy who's multiple times violated prior agreements and treaties? Why should we compromise with him now when he has not kept his word on anything else? What's emotional about that? Do you think it's appeal to emotion because you're emotional or saying something emotional? No, it's when you're saying something emotional in place of logic. He's also giving you fucking he's also providing you with logic. Isn't Zelensky a Jewish Nazi? Thank you, Ivan.
It's a really interesting situation, honestly, and it's definitely one that I'm going to keep making content out of. Hell yeah, baby.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky over peace negotiations with Russia, or should I say the lack thereof. The clip that went viral at the end of the meeting does not show what led up to the spat. Zelensky was rolling his eyes or shaking his head every time Trump talked about a peace deal.
Yeah, bro doesn't want peace. Again, my hardcore analysis is a blue retard on the internet is, I don't think Zelensky wants peace. Zelensky wants total and utter victory. Now, how is he going to get victory against Russia, which is literally steamrolling him? Well, I don't know. Maybe by getting America involved in a war? Maybe.
Taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. Think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
I'm not thinking of the Russians. This was another comment I took right with. The Russians are not being killed needlessly. Now, somebody said, what about the Russians that aren't agreeing to be there? Then I am not celebrating their death, okay? They should not be dead, okay? And I'm not making a moral condemnation of them as people, because if I was forced to the front line, I would probably be fighting for my life too. If not, if I believed the other side was right, I'd try to defect to them. But it's even if their death was not deserved, it's not needless. It's not needless to kill a fucking invading army, okay? It's not needless to kill a fucking invading army.
They came voluntary. Should have never started. This would have
never started. If I was president, it wouldn't have started. My cock is large, yours is small, so let's get.
Haven't the rest of the allies also been giving the fucking Ukrainians money?
Seated in the urinal.
President, this would have never started.
Zelensky was rude, condescending.
The Russians that were forced into this, they don't deserve to die, okay? But that doesn't mean that their death is needless, okay? Regardless of the intentions of the Russians on the other side, the Ukrainians should keep fighting them anyways, because regardless of, and it's unfortunate, regardless if they're there willfully or not, they're still an invading army. So fighting them is not needless.
And at one point told Trump that if he essentially bent the knee to the neocon plan of NATO baiting Russia into endless hostilities, that maybe Trump would get his very own bronze statue in the Oval Office.
I think that if President or when he will stop Putin, if President
Again, he doesn't talk about peace. He talks about stop Putin.
I'm not cheering the deaths of I'm not cheering the fucking deaths of Russians that are fighting in this war, but I'm not gonna fucking blame the average Ukrainian for viewing the other side as like the spawn of fucking Satan. Okay? I'm not going to police how they feel about the Russian soldiers and that they're not being like, well, actually, we need to like consider like the effects we need to consider his motivations for fighting here. No, it's an invading army that's killing your people. I don't fucking expect you to be like the most logical. Nowhere near as much. Well, aren't we the wealthiest fucking nation in NATO? Aren't we the wealthiest in the world? And also, the funding that goes to Ukraine, yes, there are some cash drops, but isn't it mostly in the form of military supplies, which we have far more of than fucking Germany or France. France has a good army, the best in Europe. But if we're talking about Javelin missiles and shit, which Javelin missiles have like single-handedly been such a benefit to the fucking Ukrainians. If we're talking about Javelin missiles, of course they're going to be providing the most of those. Because we have them. We have them. We have like the biggest military apparatus in the fucking world. So of course we're going to be making up the bulk of the shit going to Ukraine when we have the bulk of the resources.
Again, he wants Trump in the war. I think that's definitely what he wants here and what he's trying to get out of it, even though it seemed like he was coming here for some sort of peace deal.
Like, people think most of the fucking shit going to Ukraine is just pure money. It's not. It's not.
Trading minerals for money or some shit. But he definitely wants America.
By percentage of GDP, many NATO allies have given more. Yeah.
Involved in this war. You know, I watched the whole video, the whole interview from beginning to end. That was definitely the vibe that I got. Again, this is coming from a victim of a vicious incursion into his land.
Why would it not make logical sense for us to be giving them more than everybody else? Why would that be? We have the most resources for proportionate to our GDP and proportionate to our military stockpile. So, yeah, of course we're going to be giving them the most of that shit.
Just to make this clear, and you can make a billion other fucking reasons. A billion reasons. Literally a billion reasons. Why Russia invaded Ukraine and everything. And I'm not really even getting involved into that shit. All I know is...
Not going to talk about it. Going to provide reasonable... because I know nothing about it, but I'm going to still, like, leave it floating out there that there could potentially be a reasonable justification for them doing this. Yeah.
I think that's what he wanted.
And will bring peace to our country. I think he will be on this wall.
And you'll get like a fucking statue. This man will be such a hero when he gets involved in the war.
Oh, the disrespect. Now, Trump played nice most of the time, saying it's an honor to host you.
Very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine, and we've been working very hard.
He's playing nice. This is like all conservatives care about respect, just like their whole fucking politics, just like all their politics, only comes down to a surface level. Surface level respect is all that matters to them. They don't look at like actions that are disrespectful.
Actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well.
And that Trump actually thinks his clothes are pretty nice.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office and you refuse to wear a suit.
This is such a fucking cringe moment, dude. I'm not even gonna lie, that was such a cringe moment.
Who gives a fuck?
Okay.
And I do like your clothing, by the way. Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed.
So I have more serious things.
This came after Trump lightly roasted Zelensky for not wearing a suit when they.
Zelensky is sitting there. He's not even trying to beef with the reporter. Because he's not even trying to beef with the reporter. They just fucking insulted him like Trump would have done, right? And then be like, it's an own from Trump. He's going to war with their $5 trillion gone from the stock market. But Trump owned the lib reporter. Let's fucking go. Zelensky's not even stupid at that level. He's here to talk about serious shit. And like, he's just like, this guy's impression, if not for all the aid, like this guy's impression of the U.S. at this point, Europe's impression of the U.S. at this point, just watching the dude, it's insane.
I think he's a great guy, by the way. I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed.
So I have more serious things.
This came after Trump lightly roasted Zelensky for not wearing a suit when they'd first met up.
Wait, I didn't see this clip. Wait, hold up.
He's all dressed up today.
Oh my god, I didn't realize there was history here. Okay. All right, guys, definitely subscribe for more chaos. There will always be more content.
But by the end of the meeting, after Zelensky had shown zero interest in a peace
subscribe, guys, even though I haven't said anything worth subscribing for yet.
deal.
He did. I watched the whole fucking meeting. He doesn't want a peace deal. He wants to win. He doesn't want peace.
Or making any compromise.
And again, I'm not even saying this is like a negative against Zelensky right now. It's just wildly disrespectful in the way he treated Trump in America. That is without a doubt. And I think that anyone could objectively agree with that. Unless, of course, they're just mega anti-Trump and pro-Zelensky.
Hypothetically, I wonder if I would talk to somebody like this. Because there really are a lot of parallels to be drawn to World War II here, right? You can talk about like Chamberlain and appeasement, how appeasement doesn't work. Now, I agree that maybe that's not like a good measurement of like appeasement doesn't work as like a blanket statement, but there are lessons to be learned from history. And it's like, I wonder like what their opinion would be like after the Soviets what? The Soviets lost 20 million people in World War II, right? If after they lost the first 10 fucking million, and let's say hypothetically, which I don't think they were, Nazi Germany was willing to agree to some sort of truce at that point, would Nux be in favor of them taking it?
Don't actually have a working brain.
Trump finally took the gloves off.
One more question.
Listen, Trump said he'd be transparent, and he literally fucking roasted this short man on the world stage.
I would respond to this. So look, for 4 years, the
Vance should not have gotten involved, bro.
United States of America, we had a president.
Like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's a invading nation that has massacred your people and killed a bunch of your soldiers, and now wants your you're asking them to make a deal where they still get something out of it. Are you not now sending the message that like you can invade a sovereign nation and still get what you want?
Stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America.
A bunch of Liam's old videos got uploaded to the unlisted clips site. He should DMCA them.
Engaging in diplomacy, that's what President Trump is doing.
Yeah, so it's funny because the thing is, I completely agree with what Vance actually says.
That'd be so funny. He should just DMCA them.
Literally agree with everything that he says. I just think there's a time and a place. And just like I think it's completely inappropriate for Zelensky to do his whole, bleeding heart shtick, coming in here and acting entitled to all of Americans' funding and money. I think that Vance cooked a little too hard, bro. I think he's right. I think he's completely right. But there's a time and a place, dog.
Then if I wasn't convinced before, you're retarded. You're absolutely retarded. Just surface level analysis about lack of respect as opposed to like the details of like if I were in Zelensky's position, I would just not be able to fucking imagine. Like I'm coming here to talk about like the invasion of my country by one of America's worst enemies, and we're sitting here talking about my suit and my fucking tone. We're sitting here talking about my suit and my tone. Nothing is like a better representation of the fucking Republican Party at this point.
Yeah.
All right, and now a fight breaks out between Zelensky and Vance.
He occupied our big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, I'm not speaking about just by...
Yeah, everybody forgets about fucking Crimea in this. This is not like the first time Russia's annexed sovereign Ukrainian territory. And they still weren't satiated. They went further. What guarantees would a deal give us that they just won't keep going? And by the way, is Putin even open to a deal?
But those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. During 2014 till 2022, well, the situation is the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we...
Crimea is Turkish? No, it's not. Are you thinking of Cyprus? Which is like half Greek, half fucking... Dude, you gaslit me there for a sec. No, it's not. It was once. Yes, when the fucking Ottoman Empire was around. Sure.
We had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me.
So Zelensky's bringing up the Russian invasion of Crimea in 2014 without mentioning the CIA-backed, NATO-backed Euromaidan riots the same year.
I signed with him.
Context. It's almost like context matters, and it might change your opinions on certain things. That's pretty weird. I didn't even catch that. But yeah, most of the Russian invasions were precipitated by. Again, I think that Russia's inevitably going to start a war again with Ukraine. I mean, they're in the middle of a war right now, but I think inevitably Russia wants Ukraine, and I'll be real. I think they're going to keep fucking fighting. Now,
wait. Wait. So if that were true, why would you ever? Why would you say that Zelensky's rejection of this deal is him being anti-peace? Wait. If you agree that even with this deal being signed, that will not guarantee peace, then why would Zelensky wanting to win, if you yourself have now just conceded that you believe that even if this deal goes into effect, Russia is still going to keep going? Why the fuck? Why would you think this deal equates to peace? Are you insane?
Thing is, let me see if I can find that clip. Yeah, like when I saw Kash Patel, the current FBI director, when I saw him say this, I lost my shit. I thought this was absolutely insane.
I've asked this Congress to investigate where has this money gone. The American people are owed that answer because it's our money. It's our taxpayer dollars.
And there's a lot of really good reason to be concerned because, you know, the Ukraine was known as a, you know, place of corruption, a place of money laundering.
Yeah. It's not like we sent $1 billion, as if that was even a small number to begin with, right? We've sent 100 times that to one country.
I literally have someone in my chat literally just saying right now, people always say 350 billion, but it was not that much. It was only like 118 billion. Dog, that's a lot of fucking money.
That wasn't just money. People are like, give it to the homeless. But why can't we give it to the homeless? You want to give excuse me, sir. You want to give Javelin fucking missiles to the homeless? You want to give Javelin missiles to the homeless, sir? Really?
I don't know how this Congress is allowed to get away with it. And Zelensky is out there. He went on the world stage and said Russia fired a rocket into Poland.
All right, this part blew my mind.
Which would literally be an act of war.
Also, would Nux have been against like Lend-Lease before the U.S. like got into fucking? Obviously, we have hindsight, but Nux would probably be against if he wasn't Jewish. He would be fucking against Lend-Lease before the U.S. got involved in the Second World War.
Well, it turned out that Russia fired no such rocket. It turned out that the rocket came from the Ukraine and was fired into Poland.
And it was a mistake, basically.
If Zelensky's going to go out there...
It was a mistake that Ukraine fired a rocket that landed in Poland, but then Zelensky used that as leverage to blame Russia to try to drag Poland into this war.
And beg the world for more money and come to the U.S. and sit in the well of our Congress and say, we want more money, and then call and demand the new speaker...
Is that even true? Or is it true that the rocket that hit Poland was Ukrainian? I mean, if that's true, I don't think that has like insanely large implications, but...
House provide more and more money and call Mitch McConnell and say we need...
Why isn't he called Patel a DEI hire yet? True.
More and more machinery. He needs to be more prepared about global statements that bring us to the precipice of war than doing what he did last fall with this missile attack, or this missile launch, I should say. And we just can't have full faith and trust by giving a leader $100 billion and having him say, I'm not telling you where the money went.
So, just to be clear, a rocket flew from Ukraine. And
what do they think he's doing with the Javelin missiles? Do they think he's using them as a fucking dildo and like teabagging the fucking Javelin missiles? Like what else is he?
It was an accident and it fell into Poland or whatever. And he said it was Russia, and he tried to use that as leverage. That mistake, he tried to use it as leverage to drag Poland into a war against Russia, to talk about how Russia's also...
He wasn't sure at that point in time, and obviously, two sides at war both use propaganda. Absolutely. Absolutely. Of course he's going to use that to his benefit. I'm not saying that's like inherently like right. I'm not saying that's not deceptive, but like propaganda is just a part of war.
Also invading Poland. They're going to invade the rest of Europe. Everyone needs to get involved. Zelensky has been manipulative about this war, and I don't blame him in a way. But at the same time, bro, stop manipulating the United States. You're literally taking billions of dollars. You claim it's only 100.
What is? we could just take like half this guy's like clips about Ukraine and just like claim he's covering Israel. I'm so curious what Nux's like Israel takes are.
18 billion, they claim it's 350 billion. Whatever the fuck billion it is. It's billions better than you fucking deserve. Than you deserve. You're not entitled to shit. But anyway, the point is, from America's perspective, they want a peace deal. They want there to be a peace. Then you can worry about security concerns and shit and deals and all that fucking bullshit.
Why would you be encouraging a peace deal if you realize Russia won't stop here? If Russia fucking loses this war, it is going to be much more unlikely they're ever going to try anything in Ukraine. Again, not saying it's impossible, but unlikely, because it wouldn't gain support from the Russian population who would realize that how the last war went. As opposed to they start this war and you then give them a deal where they get the concessions that they originally went in there for. Wouldn't that increase the probability that Russia's just going to go further?
But ultimately, as it stands right now, the way Zelensky is trying to manipulate, it's not working on Trump and Vance. They don't want to deal with this emotional blackmail shit. They don't want to hear it. And I don't blame them at all for not wanting to hear it. But the virtue signalers in Europe love that shit.
The deal I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed.
Again, my opinion, the mineral deal would be a de facto security deal. Because I think if Trump does some sort of mineral deal,
if you do, you get to keep your fucking country if you give us your minerals
with Ukraine, then suddenly there's American assets in Ukraine. So if Russia,
but you don't get to keep all your country. You don't get to keep all of it.
To invade Ukraine again in the future, suddenly, America would act to protect its own assets. That's my opinion the entire time. Trump just understands that when you negotiate, you can't just vilify Putin at every possible state. Say, oh yeah, Putin, he's a terrorist, Nazi, goat fucker, he's evil, we hate him, he's the bad guy, we'll stop him. Putin will never come to the table to make peace. The only way to make peace, literally, the only way to make peace is for everyone to lose a little bit.
Is to destroy so many members of the fucking Russian army that they have no choice but to pull out. Yes, that's the only way to fucking make peace.
Try to make the best situation out of that from that moment forward. And it really feels like Zelensky is not willing to give up on anything. He wants pure and utter justice. He wants all the land that Russia took.
What if China took Florida tomorrow? Like, would the fucking... I mean, I highly doubt, like, any of these people would be talking about fucking peace deals.
Wants all that shit back, literally. And that's not going to happen unless there's a world war.
Gas contract. Yes, but after that,
Well, obviously, it would be different because it is their own country. But even if, like... Obviously, they're going to have, like, bias in favor of their own nation. But, like, you then have to be sympathetic to Zelensky's perspective, because Ukraine is his country.
This is fine. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but
Mr. President, with respect.
And also, I think Vance, honestly, it's gonna sound it's not even that conspiracy brain. Like, I think this was like planned from the get-go to, like, with the hopes of, like, somehow, like, stopping popular support for Ukraine or whatever. Like, I think, like, the plan was to, like, clip Chimp and, like, get Fox News to have a good clip for them to use.
It's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour.
That's where he apparently called him a bitch under his breath or something.
Or Mr. President, do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction?
Well, you're talking about a deal meant to be in your benefit, and you're suggesting to the man that he's willing to give up his own fucking country while we're here talking about a mineral deal that's widely beneficial to you. That seems a bit more disrespectful, fucking retard.
Two questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
Who interpreted this as a threat? If Nux interpreted this as a threat, it's over.
No, God bless.
Oh God, oh Lord. I just covered this whole thing. I'm mostly here for the follow-ups, but yeah, damn.
Don't tell us what.
Damn, that's your opinion, Nux? Damn, that's your opinion, dude. Whoever said the fence sitter, Cheryl, he has no opinions.
we're going to feel.
Oh,
we're trying to solve
It's people trying to cover politics who are not fucking interested in it.
problem.
Most of this video has been me reacting to their meeting because of how little Nux talks.
Plus what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
So Trump finally hits back against Zelensky's arrogance, his condescension.
By the way, also when Vance said that he saw people, I already covered this in my previous video, but there is actual like video footage of like Ukrainian soldiers just pulling up and just grabbing random dude to bring him to the military. Obviously, the guy does not want to go to the military. But anyway, here we are back in WWE for world leaders.
Dictate that. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
He's literally right. He is completely right. Enough of this emotional blackmail bullshit.
He's not. Trump's so retarded. He's not going to be the one dictating it. That's what he's fucking telling you. He's not going to be the one dictating it. He's talking about the ocean that keeps you away from Russia. He's not going to be the one fucking dictating it.
Tell me what you want. Tell me what you think. Russia's doing worse. I love how everyone does this in my chat. Every single time I criticize Zelensky, people think that means I'm pro-Russia. You are all retarded. Russia's the aggressor here. Putin is a fucking villain. A genuine 2025 villain. Okay? 100%. Ukraine is the victim here. Without a doubt. Did they maybe precipitate certain shit that caused the war to happen? I don't give a fuck. Currently, Russia ultimately is the aggressor here. That does not mean that Zelensky isn't being a wildly manipulative bitch right now in order to get America to fight his war.
We're going to feel very good. We're going to feel very good and very strong. You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed him to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it. From the very beginning.
The historians usually come from the the victors write the history shit is so retarded when, like, the Iraq war, for example, your average person is like widely has like a opinion of the Iraq war that heavily fucking differs from like your that heavily differs from like the view of like the leadership that was victorious in Iraq. Like eventually we look back on history and have a more nuance. Like this victors write the history shit just doesn't follow over to like so many different wars.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't.
Life is just one game of poker when you think about it.
You're gambling with millions of people.
He's literally right, though. As it's
we're in a social media era, so the victor narrative isn't as strong. You realize the victor narrative was... Wait, hold on. Why exactly... Do you think the fucking U.S. pulled out of Vietnam because of social media, causing, like, discontent at home? Do you think that's what happened? Do you think that's why people using Twitter in the fucking 1960s or early 1970s? No, you don't need social media to have widespread opposition and people thinking freely about like the nature of a war.
And Trump is holding the cards. You know, as it stands, Trump is holding the cards. Zelensky is not. Zelensky is here because he needs Trump's help. And that's true. That's literally true. Zelensky is in no position to bargain and make demands against Trump.
You think you're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
And also in the, for example, World War II, in this country, in the United States, as a historian, you have the right to have an opinion that deviates from the fucking victors. You're allowed to buy you're allowed to get the works of David Irving in the United States. Okay? Even though he's been like proven to be like fucking laughably wrong about like he's gotten like basic shit wrong. You're still allowed to get the guy's works, even though his opinions on World War II heavily differ from that of the victors.
That a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
Oh no!
You said thank you. You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October.
Yes, let's revisit that briefly. In September 2024, Zelensky visited the Scranton Army ammunition plant, raising U.S. military aid just weeks before the election. His visit kicked off a U.S. tour that included meetings with Biden and Kamala Harris, who was running for president, remember, reinforcing his alignment with the Democrat administration.
Interesting.
Zelensky was seen smiling and laughing with a number of Democrats, including Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania governor, while signing bombs as if they were a groupie's tits at a Kid Rock concert.
Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
He has several times.
If you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this.
You're not winning this, and he's saying, I know, and then he stops.
Well, the truth is he's not winning this. He's not winning this without the cards, as Trump put it. That's just reality.
A damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks.
You haven't been alone.
Ukraine hasn't been alone. It's literally a NATO pawn.
It's wild. But anyway, something else I wanted to show you, because a lot of people were like, you know, yelling at Trump for all this shit. All right, saying how dare Trump lose his temper with Zelensky. I just want to make this clear, because again, I'm a big believer in patterns. All right, I actually like patterns a lot. Patterns make me happy. I very much like patterns. They tell you stories. Let's take a look at this this piece of news over here on NBC.
Thank you so much, Molly. Let me go to Courtney. NBC News has new exclusive reporting about a phone call that happened between President Biden and the Ukrainian president back in June. What do we know about that conversation, Courtney?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. So in this conversation, President Biden called President Zelensky to tell him about a roughly $1 billion package of additional equipment and weapons for the Ukrainian military coming from the United States. During the course of the call, President Zelensky continued, according to a number of officials who we spoke with who were familiar with the call, President Zelensky continued to talk about the additional equipment and weapons and support that he and his military needed. According to these officials, they said that President Biden finally just got frustrated and lost his temper and told President Zelensky, look, you could be a little bit more grateful. The reason that this story is interesting to us and is something that we are reporting on and officials are speaking to us about is because it shows that all these months ago, President Biden already realized that there was going to be a point where the American people, members of Congress, where people would start potentially pushing back on all these billions and billions of dollars of aid and equipment that the U.S. has been providing to Ukraine. And he knew that the narrative out there needed to be that the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky were grateful for it if the support was going to continue at that same level, Kate.
All right, Courtney Cubie.
Interesting. Almost like there's some sort of pattern here.
Yeah, no shit. Ukraine's going to be fucking grateful for their support, but they're obviously going to be like uncompromising about the maintenance of the sovereignty of their nation. He said when they're like, say thank you. He has several times. He said thank you many fucking times. Oh, come on. All right.
Here, a pattern of entitlement and ungratefulness. Even Biden lost his fucking temper. And Biden's a fucking Muppet. Bro, Biden is a Muppet. And he lost his temper and was like, yo, you can be a little more grateful.
Biden was awesome.
And everyone's quick to blame Trump for losing his temper. But I'm just saying, Nux uses NBC News as evidence. Guys, I'm a big fan of using the media as evidence.
Called out by his own fucking chat.
It's their party. NBC News is a leftist news station that is purposefully
now comes the cope. Oh well, I'm just doing it because so you don't actually believe this happened, do you?
This instance is being negative to Biden, if anything, or defending Trump. Interesting, huh?
He gave you the president 300.
No, I literally was just talking about Biden. Yes, we could use Biden as some sort of litmus test. And then he's like, stupid president.
$50 billion. We gave you military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military equipment. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days. In 3 days.
And it's subtly implying, oh, you're only saying talking points.
This is something maybe less. In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times to American people.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media.
Dude, I can't.
Oh shit!
It's good for the American
I can't.
people to see what's going on.
I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm losing my mind. I can't take it anymore. This is like the biggest threat to America. Not Trump, not just Nux Taku, Cheeto, and Asmongold, dude. This is the biggest threat to America. Just say thank you. He said thank you several fucking times. They literally used to make fun of him for having like a humiliation fetish, for like getting FaceTiming Congress and just like saying thank you all the they would like accuse him of like sucking dick and having a humiliation fetish. Now they're saying he's ungrateful. They used to say it was pathetic. Now they're saying it's ungrateful. It's like they cannot keep their fucking, they can't keep the narrative straight. Anyways, hold on. Yeah, MC Chronic has new music out, guys, so go check it out. Go check it out, folks. We're big fans of MC Chronic around these parts. Unfortunately, though, Nux Taku
transparency
accused MC Chronic recently of being a DEI hire, so if I were you, that's extra reason. Go support his music. At least Nux isn't begging for aid. Okay, guys, come on. Come on. Man's gotta eat. Have a link. Send me your link, MC Chronic. I'll link it. Oh, dude, Toastify finally made the Madame video. This was the crazy bitch I was telling you guys I wanted to talk about a few weeks ago and couldn't. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna check this out because I have personal experience with her that I didn't get to talk about. He finally made a video because I was gonna make a video on her and I asked Toastify for some help. He's like, I'm already making it. Okay, so we'll check that out. But before we do, this is a drama I'm interested in. Hold on. Before we do, we've been going for a little bit now. I'm gonna take a quick break. We are very close to goal, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to support the streams, we're not monetized at the moment. Helps us out, helps me justify this to myself and not feel like it helps me justify being up at 4 a.m. on a Thursday night. So you can always support us. If you can't support with donos, that's okay. Make sure to like, make sure to sub, I don't know, to do something. I don't know what it is. All right. I'm like Zelensky right now, dude. All right. So we'll be back here in a moment, folks. I'm going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to check out this Madame video. Hold on. Damn, dude, 3 hours. Been going pretty good. Alright, see you guys here in a minute. Wait, wrong. Wait, fuck. I'm not playing music. Hold on. Where is it? This was a good segment from last week. Hold on. I'll pull this up for you guys. She made a negative comment about Pablo Picasso. I'm not personally a big fan of Pablo Picasso's art. I saw Guernica in person. I thought it was pretty cool, just because of how big it was in person, but not the biggest fan. But apparently, guys, Frisk here is in trouble for possibly contaminating their area with radioactive waste because they mishandled uranium paint. I am not joking. Context. Becca's art made paint out of yellow cake uranium, as well as using a uranium paint. She didn't wear the right respirator, which exposed her for, and then which someone exposed her for, and then discovered she wasn't using the right protective gear at all, and possibly contaminating her whole area. I don't give a fuck about Undertale. I'm not a radiation expert. Just don't make paint out of yellow cake fucking uranium. Yeah, so here's the problem I have with this. It genuinely depends on how radioactive the paint is. Or if she's like risking exposure to her whole area by virtue of it like being on her or whatever the fuck. I have held a rock that had uranium in it before, and I was like, so is this supposed to, is this like, they're like, no, it's not gonna cause you any problems unless you're like handling it every single day. But yeah, I think this person is just talking out of their ass. Why would you use radioactive paint? Well, it was actually quite common back in the day. It was I forget if it was like glowing paint or something. I don't remember. It was common to paint like pottery or something with some radioactive material, and this person used it, and then this person on TikTok. This is my radiation expert. So let's check it out. Did they deactivate? No, they didn't deactivate. All right. Let's check our radiation expert. News media, please do not use my videos.
I never thought I'd have to say this. If somehow you are from mass media and you are on my page, please do not put my clips on the news. I have to get a media release from work for everything. I'm not kidding. I never thought I'd have to say this.
What? Wait, why would they... What? Why would they... They're okay with you publishing it. If you're publishing something into, like, the public media forum, like, the news has a right to use that. Why would your work be okay? Why would your work be okay with you publishing things in a public forum and then not okay with the usage of it by the media, which is saying it's totally out of your control? I don't think they're allowed to fire you for that. I don't think that's a valid reason to fire, unless they're firing you if there was an agreement not to make these things publicized and you publicize them on this account. But if they gave you permission to publicize it on this account and the news happens to use it, I don't think that they can fire you for that. So this is our radiation expert.
Look, all I'm going to say is this. This is a question for people who deal with chemotherapy or a health physicist, not me. If we're dealing with somebody that actually has radiation sickness, their hair is the least of our concerns. All right, we have other, more pressing issues. Look, all I'm going to say...
How many... So this person works in a hospital, maybe? How many people with acute radiation sickness are you dealing with? There's at least one person here that, like, works in an ER or works in a hospital. For those of you that do you ever have experience handling people with, like, acute radiation sickness? I'm pretty sure that's fairly rare. I'm gonna need the astrology situation to drag things
all
out.
the astrology girlies are saying, like, hey, this march is going to be drama. The planetary setup is the same as multiple revolutions. And I'm just over here like, oh, God. Do we need more right now?
So this person potentially contaminating their neighborhood is just based off of this person's statement? Is this the Oppenheimer of our generation? What's going on here? Why do we care about the paint?
So, historically, a lot of pigments have been made out of poison. Arsenic green is one. Look that up. That's wild. Lead white. Lead white was actually in makeup for a long time, and they knew it was toxic. They just didn't care because being pale was more important. You know. But, yeah, this TikTok account has been making toxic paints for quite some time. It's like, historical, no, whatever. Decided to buy some yellow cake uranium and use it as pigment. Now, this is a terrible idea for many reasons. The main one is, at this point, you are officially dealing with not only a radioactive material, but an extraordinarily toxic, hazardous material, and she didn't really have any safeguards in place to...
So, okay, if the criticism is her own safety, she didn't wear proper... First of all, it depends on in what way she was exposing herself to this. Was she licking the brush? It depends on how long she was exposing herself to this, where she was disposing of it, etc., etc. But at worst, your argument... Or no, like, at worst, this argument is she put herself in danger, which is, like, not really a criticism to, like, she has a right to do that if she wants. What I care about is her handling of this material putting others at risk. And if my radiation knowledge is correct, I don't think that this material is so radioactive that by merely working with it for a brief period of time, you are potentially contaminating an entire neighborhood. There are anyone who knows anything about radiation knows that there is varying levels. Something being irradiated is not like one thing. There's varying levels to how irradiated something is, etc., etc., and that is, like, highly relevant here. That's highly relevant here. I don't think that this paint in particular It is step in the process of uranium after it has been mined, but before fuel fabrication or uranium enrichment. Yellow cake concentrates. Very low radioactivity. Yellow cake has very low radioactivity. So it's like with X-rays. It depends. When you want to avoid exposing yourself generally to radiation, right? But like, it matters how prolonged the exposure is and how radioactive it is. This is not very radioactive, but you know, I'm sure prolonged exposure is never recommended. And with X-rays, you don't have to worry about those. But the reason the technician steps out of the room is because prolonged everyday exposure, sure, may potentially cause some problems. But this seems to not be a risk to the neighborhood. So I actually held, at a university geology laboratory, I was allowed to hold unrefined and rock with uranium as it was naturally mined. I was able to hold it, and I was not, by experts, told I was not at risk unless I'm consistently handling this every single fucking day, and there was no decontamination procedure or anything. Because in its natural unrefined state, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. So we're going to check out this Toastify Madame video, somebody who I have personal experience with, and then we're probably going to call it a stream. If we hit Dono Goal, we'll go to 6 a.m. Or, hold on. All right, let's pull this up. Madame tried to convince me that Scrubby was a pedophile and was freaking out because Turkey Tom made like a negative tweet about her once and was like crying in my fucking DMs and calling me and trying to turn me on them. There are so many stories I have about her that I can't share because the people in question involved did not want to come forward.
Was the subject?
I even tried to see if this guy was willing to talk to Toastify for his video. Just trust me on this. I mean, you don't need to trust me because we have public evidence, but any public evidence of her being like one of the most insane people in this community ever, it only scratches the surface, okay? Only fucking scratches the surface. No, the VOD will stay up. The VOD's staying up. Alright.
To one of the fastest rises and falls in internet history.
Fuck. Wrong, it's not on the right monitor. Fuck. Here we go, right here. Make sure to like and sub if you guys are enjoying so far.
Back in 2019, Madame or Princess Ash was the subject to one of the fastest rises and falls in internet history. She started out as just another commentary channel, pretty much skinwalking Leafy is here, but due to her extensive coverage—
like skinwalking's like the extreme, the way she spoke. 55-year-old man. All I do that was Xylee, to be fair. Like fucking CSGO surf gameplay, like to the max. I think she used to be a Leafy fangirl too.
On people like Onision, she suddenly became—
Can you give real— I can't tell you the personal experiences I have to some extent because some of it involves people who are very personally involved with her that don't want to talk. I tried to get them in contact with Toastify. They were not willing to talk about the shit they went through with her because she is insane. I just explained this to you. What is up, Lumpy Willie?
the talk of the town. Did it matter to anyone watching that there was nothing notable about her apart from her gender? In the short term, no. But as time passed, Madame appeared to have been hiding her erratic behavior. In fact, the most interesting thing she would do was the action that caused her downfall. After attempting to dox a 15-year-old over credit and the—
Dude, she is like the best example of like BPD. If you like to throw that word around a lot, I'm pretty sure she like used to say to people, she was like diagnosed, but like, she is unable, any minor criticism that you could easily concede on, she took as like an insane slight, and she would lie about it. Dude, this is a fucking trip, okay?
Meltdown that followed, her career was in freefall, and most holdouts left when they found that she had scammed those who had raised money for a lawsuit. That's the story that everyone knows, and it's been retold many, many times.
I wonder if he got the version that I wonder if he ended up getting in contact with the guy that I know about.
By different creators, yet none of them have said the full story. Madame should have just been another footnote in history, but everything I've been finding after digging through old archives shows a lot more than what we saw. Madame's online footprint goes back years, and throughout there's a recurring pattern. A woman with an unrelenting desire to get attention, getting revenge in whatever way she can, and her actions seem to eclipse what she's most—
She tried to convince me Scrubby was a pedophile,
known for. So, take a seat. This is the story behind the female Leafy clone who doxed her artist.
Now, if you're stuck in 2016 calling people Leafy clones, you need to reevaluate your sad life.
She wants to leech off of me for content after I made my video,
And it's going to be a long process, and I am willing to go through it because you will not get away with this. Period.
She hasn't just stolen once, but twice, and then released personal information of a 15-year-old.
You're the one who forgot the credit and cried over one comment, and then you tried to dox them.
She scammed her community through her Patreon, saying that she was going to do—
If I can get an interview, I'm going to try to press him again, dude. If he comes on here to do an interview with me, I can give you things. I can give you things that nobody knows about.
She was going to sue Onision.
Ash had actually hired people from the dark web.
And I realized who it was. I was like, oh, this is mad.
Lofi,
like
Mr. White. Dude, this is a 2018 fucking throwback.
And I kind of like it.
Madame, or Ashley S., was born on February 8th, 2000. Her history is as dubious as ever. She's lied and exaggerated throughout her career. But according to her own narration, her early life wasn't pretty. Madame says she's diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and severe depression. It's possible her upbringing was the cause of this, as she notes her family were abusive. In fact, her recollection of her last day with her family ended in a fight with her stepdad.
This is all possible. This is all possible, and borderline personality disorder, if I remember correctly, is like a combination of genetic predisposition and adverse childhood experiences. That's not always the case, but like it's believable. But at the same time, like based on like anything she's ever claimed to anyone else, I'm like insanely like hesitant to believe her on any negative claims she's about anybody.
When the police came and saw her bruises, they apparently neglected to help her and treated her like a criminal. In response, Madame packed her bags, went to the airport, and flew across the country.
Her version of events, she is always, in every case, the victim in her version of events. She is incapable, and this could be true, but she is completely I've never seen it to such a bad extent.
To the middle of nowhere. From there, she would ask strangers for help and then rebuild her life. Keep in mind, she says this happened a few years ago at the time of upload, so she would have been around 15 to 16 years old. It's also worth noting that she said this story in a video where she claims she broke out of a mental facility. It seems harsh now to cast doubt upon this, but as we go on, you'll see where I'm coming from. It doesn't help that she threatens to sue the mental facility in the video, and as we'll find out later, her history of lawsuit threats is shaky, to say the least. Back when she was a young teen, Madame loved watching videos made by people like Leafy is here. If you're a fairly young viewer, you might think this is a little unlikely. I mean, what interest would a teenage girl have in a guy who makes videos bullying kids?
Oh, that's retarded. That's retarded. They found it hot because he's like in this position of like he's edgy, he's like kind of borderline emo. He had a lot of his fans, I'd say a very good portion of his audience were fucking young girls.
it. But back then, that was exactly par for the course. Leafy had a massive following of teenage girls, people from Tumblr who idolized him. Some of them would even go on to have their own notoriety, like Katie Triggers Me. To put it simply, 2016 was a pretty different time, one where it was hard to escape the ship art of Leafy and his female character Femi. That's the fandom that Madame Group was a part of.
You just had to be there, man. You just had to be like, dude, I've been in this fucking shit too long, man. I've been in this shit too long.
For the next 2 years, Madame would go from a fan to a content creator, making typical commentary videos. One thing to note now is that throughout her career, Madame would go on to pretty much skinwalk Leafy. A lot of commentary channels have borrowed aspects of Leafy's content, used it as a jumping off point to develop their own.
But like with Cyrus, I used to say this to Cyrus, like the skinwalking date is fucking insane. Like like reshaping your entire personality to be like this guy.
Style, and these people are, in my opinion, unfairly labelled as Leafy clones. Madame is different. She was quite literally a Leafy clone. She copied his style, way of talking, type of videos, and even merch. I mean, this is far beyond using inspiration as an excuse. So why did she stand out amongst everyone else? Well, to be blunt and honest, it's because she was a woman. When it came to what she was actually saying, she did not stand out from anyone else. People liked her because the commentary audience was undeniably—
and I mean this unironically, they found her voice hot, and she used this insanely edited picture of her. They used like, if you see actual pictures that she didn't want to get out there versus the one picture she always used, like it is like night and day. She looks nothing like this picture. She like tries to portray herself as like a fucking kawaii like e-girl. She's like she's like really fat, like super fat. Aiden, with your knowledge, how many careers could you ruin? 2.
Full of dorky 13-year-old boys who were going through puberty. And that fact didn't sit well with Madame. She would fight for seemingly every inch of her 20,000 subscriber popularity. She would relentlessly argue with other people about her legitimacy as a creator. Sometimes she'd make entire videos ranting against her comment section. It was clear that this kind of stuff got to her.
And to allow your 10-year-old brother to watch cancers such as Leafy shows how much of a f***ed up sister and person you are. Alright, Chris, please do us all a favor and open your ears before you tell me—
I thought she was gonna say, and drink some fucking bleach, Chris. It's like the bully aesthetic is like appealing to her because she gets like pleasure out of like feeling superior and putting other people down. I know that's like cringe to say. I sound like a fucking high school counselor, but it's true. Like there is something like alluring to losers about being in the position of like being the bully. And this is a real life thing too. Like a lot of times the reason people like degrade others and like bully in real life is because they like feel really bad about themselves. The thing is, right? Wait, hold on. A lot of like there was this shit with Boblox calling his streams bully stream. It's like so cringe. So you still support Cyrus? Very interesting. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Thanks, man.
Me to shut up. You clearly didn't listen if you're accusing me of being a f***ed up person and accusing me of allowing my brother to watch Leafy. I'm not a controlling person. Policing your siblings and treating them like you're their parent would make you shitty. Now, I know your IQ is below 20, but at least try your best to use your brain before commenting. It's the least you could do. This weirdo slid in my DMs telling me I have potential and that my channel—
like how you did a lyrics bully stream. First of all, that was a fucking joke. Okay, it was obviously a joke. Second of all, I have no problem with the second you call it bullying, it's gay. I have no problem with like banter and poking fun at people, especially when they're people that poke fun at others. There's no issue with that. When you're just going after people for the sake of going after them for no reason and like calling it bullying and like taking pride, it's like so cringe.
Gonna blow up. Now, if you're stuck in 2016 calling people Leafy clones, you need to reevaluate your sad life.
That excerpt is from an old video made by the YouTuber Simply Dad.
God, we didn't know he'd made a video on me too back in the day. He was right. His criticisms were right.
Someone who would go on to become friends with Madame in early 2019. And what he notes about her behavior—
Wait, he was friends with—
is very interesting. In an interview, Simply Dad recollects that Madame would kind of be all—
His video was gay as fuck, but he was super right. My content was like totally effortless and dog shit.
all over the place. It's well known she was flirting with another YouTuber known as Muggy, but at the same time she was flirting with other—
Oh, That's public.
Commentary YouTubers, saying if things didn't work with Muggy, she would get with them. She got into calls with YouTubers bigger than her, and
I gotta see if he wants to come on for an interview. Oh, if only you guys knew. If only you guys knew. He was a good friend of mine. He was a very good friend of mine. He was in some of my videos. We're very good friends.
Immediately asking to collab, and those who did usually ended up seeing her and getting her nudes. I talked to another commentary channel known as OG Lofi, who did not date her, but was around when she was active, and his stories seemed to echo the sentiment.
Yeah, so she dated Muggy, dude, and like, I only talked to bro.
Dude, this guy took me, I'm not gonna dox him where he took me. We went into the fucking woods of Texas, dude. We went to the woods. It was no scuff shit ever. It was very fun. It's very fun. Aiden, you know you could lie right now. Everyone's gonna know you still support Cyrus. You need to think of how optically things like. Thank you, Lumpy Willie.
A handful of times we had a couple of friends in common, but anytime like she came up because she cheated on Muggy with Loki.
Oh no. Yeah. This was okay. This was who my first video ever in commentary when I was still known as Astro. This was who my first video was about, this Loki guy, because he used to be known as Davis Cedrus Gaming, and this video got like the attention to like I'm Alex when they were like a big deal back in the day or whatever, because this guy would scam everyone. He would dono and charge back. He was like insanely so I used to know this guy back in the day. He was friends with Cyrus. Him and Cyrus got into controversy together in Benji's Discord server because apparently they were like asking girls, allegedly, for like sexual favors to talk to Benji. And I had a temporary falling out with Cyrus over this. I never liked Loki. I mean, we were cordial at some points, but he's the guy that like the girl sent like the paragraph about how much she loved him, and he's like, cool, it was nice using you, but your tits weren't even that nice. Like, he's insane.
Really? Holy
yeah, like they were doing like Easting. I remember
he also like reported somebody for being like a potential school shooter. It was
because he was bragging to me about getting Madam's nudes. And so yeah, he was like, yeah, actually he did show them to me. I didn't want to be shown this. I had adamantly been like, no, I don't want to see this chick.
Oh, why would you admit this? Oh my, why would you admit this? Why would you admit this? Lofi, no. Lofi, even if it was the case, he just like shared screen and you didn't leave call, why would you admit this? Come on, bro.
News, it was not meant for my eyes. Like, to be clear, I was not a participator in trying to spread this. I was very
in trying to
against it.
Dude, is this the now recording Gooner server part 2?
But he still like pulled them up
or sorry, the prequel
call, and I was just like, dude, like, off like that. I don't want to see that.
I guess also I think Tom commented this, that like Turkey Tom, that she would like try to flirt with everyone and tell them specifically like, oh, if things don't work out with Muggy, I'll just f you a VidCon, maybe a VidCon.
And then she like turned on Tom. Tom like said something negative about her, and she was like in a call with me trying to convince me to like make a video on him.
Something.
He was a huge clout chaser. Like, that is something that I really remember, because she tried to like hit on Scrubby, but Scrubby blew her the f off.
And then she accused him of being a pedophile. It's like it's rejection is like a knife in the fucking heart. I'm not saying all BPD people are like this. It gets a lot of like what is it? BPD gets a lot of like stigma around it because of bitches like this, right? But rejection a lot of times for BPD is like devastating, and it doesn't manifest always like it did with her. But for her, when she got rejected, it was out for blood. It was out for fucking blood.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Scrubby vaguely mentioned something about that in a conversation. I remember, like, she was like, yeah, trying to hit on everybody at the time, and I guess the only person who was down bad enough was Loki.
First of all, I find this interesting because it paints two very different pictures. On one hand, Madame abhors the idea that she's only known for her gender and tries to prove she's not. On the other hand, it seemed like she was wielding her gender, directly using it as a way to get a step up the ladder. Either of these motivations usually make sense, but both at the same time, that to me indicates a total obsession with attention and clout. And this is a conclusion I draw from some of the stories I've been told. To me, it almost seems like she went too far to try and further her career.
He was honestly...
I just need to know if I got mentioned here. I should have given him my story for the video, dude. I'm a narcissist, I'm sorry. No!
Sending them to anybody that she could use in the future. Because from what I heard, that there were several people who had these nudes that she personally sent them to. I remember Cyrus mentioning that she was being weird to him. But like
this is when he was
Cyrus
underage.
young. Yeah.
This is when he was like underage.
Oh, wait, how old was? I don't even know how old Madame would have been back then.
So I was around 18 or 19 at the time, and she was like 20, 21. Like she was of legal drinking
She was like 21, 22.
Yeah, because like she was able to drink before Scrubby was, and Scrubby was a year older than me.
Wasn't Cyrus like 14?
So when I met Cyrus, I was
not
8.
Not at that point. Not at that point. He wouldn't have been. I don't think so. Dude, this was before all your time. You're all young bloods, dude. It's before your time.
And he was like 15. Yeah, he was 15.
I know she used to constantly like playfully flirt with Shriga, who was much more underage than she was. I think he was like 14, 15 at the time. It wasn't like she was interested in anything. It was she's saying it's kind of like keep him on her side. She's done that with a lot of people. Lots.
One of the people that Madame tried to flirt with was the commentary YouTuber Scrubby. Madame and Scrubby met back in a VC in 2019, and according to Simply Dad, she begged him for a Fortnite collab video.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, it's like begging him for a collab. He doesn't give it. For those of you that don't know, I hate to take credit. Scrubby tells people, he used to tell people, I'm the reason he had a channel. I met Scrubby back in the day. Thought he was just going to become big because he was on the grind. So I shouted him out. He got 20K. And then he was absolutely on the fucking grind. Hit 100K. He did it all himself. But we were good. We were buds. We played A Way Out together. Long time. Dude, this is all a big throwback.
Scrubby kind of just ignored her and was working on some other stuff, and Madame became so enraged by this that she concocted a secret plan to ensnare him. A few days later, she would send 2 girls to flirt with Scrubby and Simply Dad. After this, Madame would confront Scrubby and accuse him of being a pedophile because these girls were underage.
I never thought this went public. I never thought the pedophilia shit went public. I don't even know how Toastify found this. I don't even remember the detail about it being entrapment. I just remember her in a call trying to convince me.
This is despite the fact that, first of all, the girls claimed they were adults and only changed their ages after, and secondly, Scrubby also never reciprocated any of the flirting and just ignored them.
She does this a lot. She's accused like several people that she's like had crushes on in Spider of being like pedophiles.
But that was enough basis for her.
This is the photo. This is the photo that she shows everybody. This is not what she looks like. This is not what she looks like. It's insanely edited. She looks more like... Hold on. This is the fake photo, and then... Did he take it down? Did Mr. Repsion remove the video? Okay, I guess he took it down. Aiden was 100% in the harem with this chick, and he's just mad he never got to tap that. Okay, good one, buddy. I was like, what, like 14?
To falsely smear Scrubby as a pedophile to multiple other people. Obviously, it's a strangely vengeful move for what was such a nothing burger.
She tried accusing Tom of being friends with Scrubby. She tried accusing Scrubby of being a pedophile. She tried accusing me of being a pedophile. Like, she literally...
Dude, I didn't know all this shit was...
Sent some chick to go hit on me and Tom and Scrubby, and she would lie about
I didn't even remember this detail.
her age, and then, like, hit on us. Come back to Madame. She tried to confront me, saying like, "Oh, you're a pedophile."
That's not really Tipster. The account is literally at Tipster Jews. Okay.
I was like, "No, this person told me they were like 18."
That's not Augie's lighting. Toastify's a filter on. Actually, part of it is his lighting because he's half dark.
So, and she told Tom she was 14.
Are we back? I don't know why my Wi-Fi's been crashing so hard lately. I think we're back. Alright, I don't know what the fuck happened. Alright, to help me get better Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen, we are 13% of the way there till goal. $3 TTS, $3 to one guy, and if we hit goal, I'll stay live an hour longer from wherever we hit it.
14. Then she told Scrubby she was this age.
Or add an hour on to the time I plan to end stream.
So, like, it's fucked. She wants to leech off of me for content after I made my video, you know, doing Fortnite with Simply Dad, making a video with Turkey Tom and Simply Dad. Imagine if she tried to do the same thing to Scrubby, but then Scrubby didn't want to do it because he just doesn't f with her. And, like, look at me. I don't like her. I vocally said that I don't like her. I wouldn't take back what I said about my video, so now she's trying to say all this about me, right? She wants the content, and if she can't get it, then it immediately turns to this person's like an evil pedophile, baby killer, puppy kicker.
Yep.
Us saying that she's not.
That is an extreme form of BPD, but yeah, that's what it is that's what it is in a nutshell. But
I even got her to admit that she was lying and said sorry. She tried to blame it on the 14-year-old, but I was like, dog.
Get better Wi-Fi.
Yo, our first dono in an hour. Who is this? Who is this? You, sir, or the best person alive. You're gonna single-handedly fund the AIDS revolution. Pseudo Dimitri, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Australia, are you even aren't you Australian? Australia W.
You're like friends with her. Like, that's like the biggest giveaway. I was so sus of that person the moment I looked at the mutual friends and I was like, oh, Ashley's a mutual friend. What is that? Very interesting.
Now, I don't mind if you take some of these statements with a pinch of salt. There's not much evidence. This happened years ago.
It happened. It all happened. I didn't even know this was public, and I told you this story. It absolutely happened. Don't take it with a pinch of salt. This bitch did this. She did all of this and worse. She's fucking insane. Like, actually fucking crazy.
Details may have shifted over time, but everyone who I talked to behind the scenes seems to tell the same story. Madame acted as a sort of pick-me girl who used her status to climb to the top in any way she could. Far before her entanglements with the art community, Madame already had a negative reputation. Simply Dad's impression was that she was a content leech, who went above and beyond for petty revenge, trying to get attention by any means necessary. But how true would those words ring? As we've seen, Madame was desperate to become famous despite not having any content value or even...
I'm not Australian, I'm from New Zealand. Oh shit, I didn't mean to insult you like that. I didn't mean to insult you like that, I'm sorry. Same shit.
Work ethic that could justify that fame, so her route forward was through hopping on trends. In mid-2019, popular commentary and Reddit YouTuber Slazo faced accusations of sexual assault. Madame immediately jumped on it, making a video fuming about the few skeptics of Slazo's accusers.
However, because of the stupid shit
AIDS
that
gang
people are
represent,
saying,
okay?
I just feel...
Yo!
I thought you were done with drama content.
No, I'm done with the expectation. Thank you so much for the $3, quarter of the way to goal. Can we hit it? First stream we've hit goal in a month. No, I'm not done with, no. I'll cover drama that I'm interested in, but it's not gonna be the expectation. I'm gonna cover whatever the fuck I want. So not a whole lot is gonna change, besides. I just saw the lyrics announcement. I'm like, dude, it would be very good clickbait to also announce something, but the announcement isn't like that big of a change.
The need to debunk it because it really just hurts my heart for this poor girl. So first of all, there's some diehard Slazo fans / people that aren't even fans of him. I shouldn't even say people, the incels that aren't fans of him, but just despise.
It's just like, it's insane also. She managed to take like the wrong position on every issue. And then there was an account called like Ash something with her exact voice that I saw like a few months ago, and I called up some of the old people involved in this. I'm like, am I going insane, or is this her trying to come back? And it was her trying to come back. And then according to Toastify, who DM'd me today, I didn't respond, but he said to me that the account that I had accused of being her got deleted last night when his video came out.
Women, so they're just on this poor girl.
After Slazo proved himself mostly innocent, Madame would subsequently sink into the background. She purged the tweets and videos about the situation
AIDS
quietly.
gang represent, okay?
Goal progress AIDS gang for life.
$10, our biggest fucking glazer of the night. Dude, super grateful. How do you say your name? G's. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You, sir, are a beacon of light in a sea of darkness.
And no one batted an eye. At least it played to her advantage this time that her audience cared about her voice more than her words, and that would carry her into the next trend. It was during 2019 that the meltdown of Onision had begun. Once a liked YouTuber for his quote-unquote funny videos, Onision had everyone turn—
Onision won. Dude, I remember when, like, Augie was, like, bringing Onision on, and Onision was in, like, GCs with us, and he sent me a friend request, and I was like, dude, do you want to play Warzone? He's like, I could download it, but we never ended up playing. It was the same thing with Leafy. I asked Leafy to play Warzone. He's like, yeah, I'll download it. And then we never ended up playing.
On him after allegations of abuse arose. This would lead to some funny but stage mental breakdowns and videos, and it became a content gold rush. Madame was one of the first on the scene, making videos—
He was just like he's a horrible human being, but he was just a master troll.
Covering Onision's every move and gaining huge amounts of subscribers every step of the way. Again, the subscriber gain wasn't because of any real content value apart from being Leafy but a woman. This was because anyone—
Dude, Cheeto's like, he was around back then, but like trending topics back then would do numbers like, if you had a basic understanding of the algorithm, slop content was just, I mean, it's not like the slop today. But, like, I just was, like, watching what other people were doing, and I immediately shifted it. And first video I tried it, 2 million views. Second, 21 million. It was so easy to get viewership back then.
Anyone who covered Onision was getting the adoration of his hate community, but anyone who covered him, including Madame, were facing issues. Onision was constantly taking false copyright claims and strikes against videos, either to profit off them or to make sure they weren't up, and Madame had had enough. She announced she would be suing Onision for these—
Okay.
Yo! We've almost doubled goal, ladies and gentlemen, in the span of 5 minutes. I need to glaze more, dude. Not glaze, shill. I need to shill more. Joe Savage coming in with the $5 Much appreciated, buddy. You deserve to be freed. But no, that's Joe Exotic. Joe Savage. Why did I think you were Joe Exotic for a minute?
false copyright strikes by flying out to Washington.
I'm going to give updates about them.
No, I privated my older videos because I wasn't super proud of them. There's nothing like bad in those videos. I just thought the videos were like really low effort. So I wasn't like I wasn't proud of having them up and being like the result when my name was searched, because I didn't think it was like a good representation of me. And if a video has 21 million views, it's going to remain at the top for like, I'm never going to do a video with those kind of numbers like again. So I would never want that to be like the first result when my name gets searched up.
This entire process. I am suing him in small claims. I am suing him for approximately 1,500. Originally,
I wasn't making any money off that one either because TLC claimed it. I was out, I think, I say 50,000, but if I remember correctly, I think it was like upwards of 80,000 I could have made off that.
I thought it would be 2,000. However, because he is also striking me twice and my video is going down again, it can go up to 2,000 or more because of the income that I am losing. So therefore, this can increase with time. But as of now, I had my roommate print out papers for me. Don't judge me. I don't have a printer here, so I asked him to do it when he was at work. And yeah, I have the King County papers ready to sue him in small claims. And it's going to be a long process, and I am willing to go through it because you will not get away with this, period.
Help fund Onision being sued. FAQ below. Read before commenting. Are you allowed to show Patreon content? Yes, but it's limited. That's why I barely showed anything and mostly talk about the content I saw. Patreon reviews are very much so a real thing, but it's limited. Are you allowed to talk about legal issues online? Yes, I simply
You are, it's just not advisable. You're allowed to talk about, unless like the judge has a gag order on you, but like, I mean, any like, if you're serious about this suit, and had like consulted with an attorney, they'd tell you to keep your fucking mouth shut.
Explained what I learned about suing in small claims and publicly stated extra details. It's no secret that suing in small claims is a thing. I see no issue explaining it to my subscribers because if I were vague, donating would feel like a scam, at least in my eyes. You deserve to know these details. Like I said in the video, any future progress I make will be updated to patrons only. I'm refraining from further public updates until I go to court.
Keep in mind that no further updates until I go to court. When she goes to court is going to be the thing that's like I'll just spoil it for you. That's never coming.
Diehard anti-O's, this was fascinating. You have to...
The anti-Onision fan base, like, he's a bad guy, but they were so fucking rabid. They, like, were convinced that, like, he was gonna be, like, put in federal prison and shit, and, like, you just knew from the beginning there wasn't a case. He's obviously a narcissistic, like...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Hey Queen, how much to finally tell us why commentary swept so hard for Zaptai? Weird his this woman is the devil, yet you guys swept for Cyrus and Zaptai.
If we hit goal, I'll tell you. Thank you so much for the $3, Captain Kike. Appreciate it.
To keep in mind, this is before Chris Hansen really got involved in the situation and Onision tried to take him to court. This was a move for legal action against Onision.
Oh wait, I just realized what your name meant. Good one, buddy.
In the blossoming of the entire situation, but looking back in hindsight, there are a few glaring issues. Obviously, no one raises funds for a lawsuit through Patreon. That in itself is incredibly dodgy and non-committal, and it's near impossible to refund people if it doesn't happen. Additionally, it's hard to even discern whether Madame would be able to win the case against Onision. At least with the specific video, she did use Onision's Patreon, which is paywalled content. I'm not against her doing it, but from my admittedly primitive knowledge of copyright law,
Okay, this is like a weird thing to focus on when like we're talking about like the female Jeffrey Dahmer here. Who gives a fuck if she was allowed to use his Patreon content?
Doubt she'd be able to defend it in court. Regardless, she'd announced it, made several videos discussing it.
I'm not deleting the VOD, retard. I'm allowed to say that word, YouTube. I have the pass.
And said it was going to happen. As the months rolled by, Madame would rise from around 20,000 subscribers in late 2018 to being on the precipice of 50,000, having doubled her sub count. Her videos regularly went past the 100k view mark. It seemed like her newfound audience finally appreciated her for who she was. Madame had, through a godsend of pure luck, made it. But there were still doubts hanging around. For one, the Onision situation wouldn't last forever. Eventually, people would move on, and what would happen to Madame then?
Yeah, the problem with these getting big off one thing as well is like a specific drama or whatever. It's never sustainable. It's never sustainable. Or that's not true. I'm sure in like rare cases it's sustainable, but it rarely is. And if anything, it prevents you from actually like reasonably getting bigger in the future, right? Because like you're just gonna be like in the decline every time you try to upload a new video, which might like fuck you in the algorithm because people just aren't gonna like stick around for anything like unrelated to the thing you like had originally gotten big for. That's not like the case with everybody. For people who like actually have a good like an entertaining personality, they'll stick around. But you can look at people like Bobby Burns or me after I got big in my first controversy from Drama Alert. I fell off. I ended up getting past that algorithmic decline and then, you know, blowing up again. But
not only that, but as time went on, her updates about the Onision lawsuit became less and less frequent.
Oh my god.
Aiden, did you know this girl went to my high school? She's not even from your fucking... There's no way she went to your fucking high school. She's not even from your... Did she? I can actually believe that. I can't trust a word you say anymore.
I remember that. Dude, that was so weird to me. It was immediately when I saw her making videos about that and talking about that, it was obviously just a thing to get her like just relevant, because everybody knows that you get into drama, that's how you boost your... I don't think she was ever actually planning on that. She mentioned like lawyers, this and that, but there was never any actual proof of her doing anything besides maybe like a free consultation you can Google set up.
People started to become anxious, and the tipping point came soon after.
Tipping? Tipster mentioned? Oh my god. Dude, I'm an autistic commentary viewer. Everything needs to be... Well, this is a commentary video. Everything needs to be a reference to commentary.
Slimus Choreotic was a 15-year-old artist who had most of her following on Instagram.
This situation was insane. This is where it gets good. This is where it gets good. Like, everything else should have been a red flag. Like, this is where it just, like, it takes, like... Dude, this is where the public finally sees, like, what everyone knew about this bitch for, like, months.
She was also a fan of Madame's content, who gained her attention after she posted some fan art. Madame would soon become friends with Slimers, commissioning her for some character stills she could use in her videos.
I wanted to make this video, dude, and I came to Toastify to help me with it, and he's like, I'm already actually working on this. I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't have believed him because of how long this took. I should have just rushed one out.
Fortunately, Slimers, being only 15, didn't have a PayPal to accept payment, so the two agreed that Madame would pay her through credit. Now, payment via credit or exposure is particularly frowned upon in the art community, and for good reason.
It's frowned upon if it's being offered, but like if the artist is the one that wants it, I don't see it as a big problem. I think it would be a bigger problem if it's a 15-year-old, because 15-year-olds don't know what the fuck they're doing or what they're talking about. So, first of all, I would not work with a 15-year-old in a professional context. But no, I wouldn't, unless they're like some fucking prodigy and it was all like, you know, they were like a professional, parents knew what they were doing, whatever. But like, if I was working with one, I would give them money even if they didn't want it. Why? What the fuck? Because they're probably like not gonna be the most like experienced in a business context.
It's essentially artists giving their work for a profit that isn't guaranteed.
Okay, I need to phrase it. It's not a blanket statement. Obviously, if I have like a fucking 15-year-old coworker, I'm gonna show up to work. So yeah, I'd be working with a 15-year-old. But if I'm commissioning, like editors or whatever.
If the videos and the channel subsequently flop, then you basically get nothing out of it. And especially for multiple character stills, this is incredibly generous for Slimers to do. But at the end of the day, this was an alternative. Slimers didn't have a method for payment, and both parties ultimately agreed on this. While Slimers was working on the stills, having done only 1 or 2, Madame decided to take and use them for her next video's thumbnail. The issue is that whilst doing this, she had not credited Slimers at all.
So like this is an easy fix. Be like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna like go extra above board next video, I'm gonna shout you out in the beginning, I'll credit you in this one. My bad. Or I'd like reply, Slimers did it in the form of a YouTube comment or whatever the fuck, but that's what like, I'd reply to that with the YouTube comment being like, my fuck up, I completely forgot, I've credited you, and in the next video I'll do a whole segment shouting your shit out. It's my bad. I don't think anyone would like take major issue with that.
Entire center of Madame's payment method, and she hadn't even done it. Noticing this, Slimers posted a comment and an Instagram story saying that she would like to be credited, but her comments were nowhere near inflammatory, with her even remarking how it was nice that her art was in a Madame video. This led to a private conversation between Madame and Slimers. Okay, firstly, you should DM me, because by the off chance I stop reading YouTube comments that I wouldn't have seen, I'm just gonna give credit instead of a verbal shout out. Whatever you prefer is fine by me. Also, what's strange is you respond to the thumbnail here, but then just now ask me to do this? But okay, take your credit. The shout out then, lol. I wanted to pay you anyway. Shoutout / credit was because you didn't have a PayPal. No one credits their commission unless it's free / complimentary by the artist.
But that's what this is. That's what this is. You're not paying the artist. You've known before engaging in the exchange that they don't have a PayPal, so you're okay with the alternative of credit. Why are you like, what is this crash out for? This is a fuck up, but it's not like the end of the world. Somebody could reasonably forget to do something like this. Okay? So you just go above board to compensate. Say, not only am I going to put you in the description of like my next 3 videos now, next video I'll do a verbal shout out to. That goes above board from the original agreement and like compensates for your like temporary fuck up, and all is good. But instead, like, we need to have like an insane crash out about credit.
Then of course credit, which was the plan, but okay, I got you. I mean credit in the
Can I add you on Microsoft Team? Discord is washed now. Yeah.
Description of your videos. Yeah, that's the plan. I said I got you. Boom, done. Just DM me because I stopped reading comments after 48 hours. Thank you, that's all I wanted. Not hating, but it was just a thing I would like. Not angry, just letting you know. Yeah, of course, but it's kind of wacky you wouldn't just DM me after we've had phone calls and stuff. Yeesh. By the off chance I stopped reading comments, like, what would you expect?
This person is 15. They're obviously like not, they're obviously not going to be like the most reasonable person on earth. And then she goes on to complain about how they're unprofessional. You're working with a fucking 15-year-old retard. Of course they're unprofessional. But, like, their grievance is totally justified. Albeit, like, it could have reasonably been a mistake, and I would have handled it in the medium of DMs had I been the artist. Unless I didn't get a response, then I'd go public. But if I were in Madame issues, it's my fuck up. I'd be trying to do what's right, not putting, like, a burden onto the blame onto the 15-year-old. You shouldn't pay artists? True. Listen, when the communist revolution comes, they'll be the first ones working on the fields.
It's been commented today.
Dude, this is what didn't Karl Marx first like become an avid socialist when he went to like 19th century London and saw like children working in the factories? This is gonna create the birth of the next Karl Marx, bro.
Day later, I wouldn't have seen it. I just got weirded out. You wouldn't tell me directly, but alright. Haha, OMG, I have an idea. Lol, you could sign a contract with my merch agents and take a cut from it. But you need a PayPal or whatever.
Why is like she so against the prospect of crediting this person? I don't understand.
But yeah, just to fall for the future. No, it's okay. There's nothing else you can do for me currently. I'm going to college next year, so one day I could get a PayPal. But I wouldn't mind working for you currently at all. I'm doing this all out of joy and fun.
This is like nice. I don't want your money. Just put me in the description. Just put me in the description on one video.
Yeah, since you told people to come after me and comment on my social media about crediting you, even though I literally agreed on giving you a verbal shout out, then we discussed long-term crediting, my about section, etc., I don't want to work with you anymore. It's apparent you're still talking about me, or telling people, because now I'm getting recent comments about it. So bye.
Wait, but that's... like, she's now assuming the reason you're getting recent comments is because people know about it, because it was originally public. People don't all find out about something the second it's posted. That happens over time, and the credit was still not given in the description. That's why they're talking about it. Oh my god, dude.
Thanks for making fan art. You seemed nice at first. Actually, could we just discuss this normally instead of running off like this? Those were my friends. I told them to apologize soon.
This person just wants credit. I'm done doing business with you, but I'm gonna still use your art that we agreed I'd credit you for and didn't credit you for.
No, I also have friends, you know. I never wanted to attack you.
Plus, putting her in the description could mess her up. How would that mess her up in the algorithm, you fucking retard? That has no bearing on the algorithm.
Obviously, we both did a mistake together. I'm pretty sure if your stuff wasn't credited, you would vent about it a little, at least. I understand it was messed up for me to comment it, but it was never an attack. I told you simply and calmly and we discussed things. Instead of making an announcement or possibly saying something, you got angry at me and blocked me on Discord. So could we please just talk normally instead of running off? It's worse leaving things on a sour note. But if you do not want to work with me, that's okay. But please, for the love of God, do not say something like, oh, one of my artists sent their fans to attack me or make a video.
So now this 15-year-old is like really scared that Madame is gonna like bully them. And when you're 15, yeah, when you're a 15-year-old nobody, the prospect of getting talked about by a bigger YouTuber is going to be like terrifying. But luckily, in this 15-year-old's case, Madame's crash out worked in their favor. Nothing could have ever brought more exposure than this.
I never wanted this to happen at all. I understand that you had terrible experiences with other people or artists, but one oopsie doesn't mean...
Yeah, she has terrible experiences with everyone. She always talks about this. You might be the problem if everybody has fucked you over. It might be time to consider you're the issue. Just gonna put that out there.
They're a scum forever. Literally stop talking to me. I've never in my life worked with someone so unprofessional. Commenting instead of DMing someone that you have...
This was 2018, so this was before the Karen meme. This is like I've never worked with someone so unprofessional. Someone unprofessional, somebody who's like agreed to a form of payment and then is like unwilling to meet that like prior agreement and is now like and is accusing the 15-year-old of their commission that's giving them free labor of being unprofessional.
Personal contact with, making posts on a second Instagram account and sending people after me. Literally never talk to me again. Block me. Leave me alone. You mean when I said I hope I get credit next time in my story? I can show you it if you'd like. I don't watch your stories. This is according to some comment on my channel. Do you want me to show you? I can. I actually said don't attack her at the next slide. You didn't have a PayPal when I asked for prices. You were like, no, I'm a fan. I want to make these. And I said, no way. I would feel bad. Let me verbally shout you out. Then I forgot to credit in a description whilst working on my video you were going to get that shout out from. I have made it right. DM'd you instead of commenting on your public posts. Then you send people after me. You're the most unprofessional prick I've ever...
Alright everyone, I've changed the goal. For every 50 we make, I will extend stream for an hour.
Worked with. I'm never texting you again. Actually, why do you keep acting like I want to cancel you? Seriously, are you always this angry and short-tempered when something like this happened? Yeah, I know I sound like a jerk, but I'm literally trying to talk things out, and you keep ragging it.
This is like the nicest fucking artist on earth. This is like the most sane artist I've ever seen, because as you've heard me say before, a lot of these artists are absolutely fucking nuts.
me. I even told you I was going to show you the post because it clearly wasn't an attack. I wanted to let others know who I worked for. I cannot control my following and it sucks, but it was never meant to be hate. That's why I'm talking to you personally. We literally talked things out a moment ago.
Dude, it's literally Amy from You guys seen the... I wish we could watch the Kitchen Nightmares shit on stream. Are you allowed to watch Kitchen Nightmares on stream? I don't think on YouTube, because you get this, like, auto DMCA thing they have now.
And you're bringing it up as if it was a problem. I even apologize for saying it in the comments. I hope the irony isn't lost on you that this is a commentary channel, a Leafy clone gunning for the head of someone and holding them responsible for the actions of their audience. As if your videos where you bully people don't have a worse effect or encourage people to do it more. Madame probably could have held out on those negative comments if she just waited like a day and logged off, or just not read the comments at all. Yet she's having this impulsive and childish reaction. After these DMs, Madame would retitle the video's description to credit an unprofessional. And a few days later, she published the video talking about Slimer.
She had to add in the unprofessional part. It's like, she was just bound to fail. Nobody with like a personality like this will ever like succeed in the long term.
Rehashing much of the same from the DMs. This video actually opens with an infamous skit where Madame calls the police on furries that were harassing her.
911, what's your emergency? Hello? There's furries after me. There's furries lying about me. I'm not sure what's going on.
It was so unfunny. She was trying to do like the Leafy intro skit. I'm surprised she didn't do like the little like puppet with S Shake on it.
Attacked. What do I do? This is an emergency.
This is about the artist.
Okay, I need you to calm down. You are speaking too fast. What is the problem? Okay, I'm sorry, but what I'm trying to say is that there's thousands of furries attacking me based on fabrications. What do I do? Yeah, I don't really know. It's just some random furries that are making fabrications about me. So, well, what do I do? They're saying I'm canceled. They're saying they're gonna sue me or have me sued, and they wish that I get sued.
Though it's obviously satirical in nature, it does represent Madame's views in a video, as she accused Slimers of harassing her. Total victim complex. The most that Slimers did was ask her friends on her private Instagram vent account to comment on Madame's video asking for credit. Maybe it wasn't the best method to get someone's attention, but again, this person's 15, it kinda makes sense. And even if Madame didn't know about Slimers'
That's what I said, you're working with a 15-year-old and they're probably autistic, to be honest, and it's like, I'm not doing armchair, they're just like a 15-year-old online artist furry, probably autistic. They're probably not gonna like handle things in the best way, but they weren't like mad or trying to smear you. They just like weren't being the most reasonable about it. But it's like, it's not the end of the world. Like if you handled it in like a proper way, you'd be like totally fine.
Age, as people have debated, I don't get how a commentary channel.
Yeah, it should have lasted 10 seconds at most. Yeah, just say, yep, my fuck up. I will credit you now as a result in the next 3 videos. I'll give you verbal credit and let me know when you get payment. I know you couldn't accept payment and wanted exposure instead, but I feel really bad about this. So as soon as you can get payment or like a game on Steam or something, just let me know. I'll get it for you or whatever. And nobody would be mad. It's a human mistake that you're correcting for. Oh, fuck. Wait, lol. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, it unplugged. Hold on. EOS web. Dude, it's just my new face. Hold on. We're back. Yeah, sorry. I accidentally unplugged it. I was fucking shaking my leg. I accidentally unplugged it. Dude, EOS webcam. Best most professional. Talk about unprofessional, dude. I'm the most professional streamer on earth.
Channel who bases their entire identity on one of the internet's biggest bullies is crying about comments and having this impulsive and childish reaction. If Madame resolved the issue, said it was a mistake, and then not read the comments for a bit and logged off for a day, this all could have been avoided. Then
exactly, but have you considered she's BPD? Have you considered that?
Madame jumped on Instagram to accuse Slimers of lying about a past sexual assault. There was no proof to support this claim.
Yeah, she couldn't accuse Slimers of being a pedophile like she does with everyone else, because 15. So just like accuse this person that she barely knows of, and she's like, while simultaneously complaining about being like unprofessional, dude. The irony is just like insane.
and Slimers would refute this by sending legal papers to the art YouTuber Noni. This situation had just gone from 0 to 100 in a matter of days. Much like other art commentary YouTubers, Noni was stunned at how fast Madame was just digging her own grave. Other creators like Creepshow Art tried to tell her to cut it out, before abandoning ship after she didn't listen to their—
At this point, there's no saving somebody like this. This is like indicative of like some sort of pathology that you'll never be able to you'll never, ever make it work. You'll never make it work at this point. Like, if it's not this fuck up, it's gonna be another one. If you're getting, like, this pressed about, like, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
advice. It seemed as the days rolled by, Madame's comments about Slimers being unprofessional continued to age worse and worse. One night, Madame was on Instagram bragging about her bank account when she remembered something from her past conversation with Slimers. Whilst they were trying to sort out payment, Madame and Slimers decided to trade phone numbers. Now, Madame felt that everything was fair game. She first offered, and then posted,
Oh, 15 years old, by the way.
Now, Madame felt that everything was fair game. She first offered—
You want the harasser's number? I don't know what you'd do with it, but it'd be fun to have, I guess. Why not? This person's harassing me and fabricating stuff. I don't have it in my heart to fabricate a story back. I'd rather just, yeah, because that doesn't, yeah, because that, you've had the heart for it like 500 other times, but you're just admitting to everybody you'd be like hypothetically willing to do it. This is insane, dude. This is absolutely insane.
And then posted Slimer's phone number. Thankfully, the number was a Google Voice number, meaning that not everything could be tracked from it.
Dude, I forgot how, like, insane this situation was. This artist just like, please, can I have an ounce of credit? You're fucking harassing me.
But the intention was clear. Okay, usually this is the part of the video where I drop the information and tell you to subscribe, but I actually have stuff to tell you about. We have a new Discord server.
Don't give a fuck. Someone's gonna get groomed. Yeah, what's up, Glue? Do you remember Madame Glue? Also, you're my top salesman. Start shilling. Do you remember, you were around back then, were you not?
With this action, Madame had turned everyone against her. This situation has escalated from a tiny dispute over credit to an attempted doxing. And the only person to blame for this escalation was Madame herself.
No, this is a good video so far. He's like even brought up shit I was around for and I don't even remember it. This is a good video. I have my problems with him, obviously, for what happened, last week, but credit where credit's due.
They shouldn't have gotten anywhere near career-ending heights, but thanks to her own pettiness, malice, and inability to let things go, it did. And the backlash from this was immense. Madame's video on Slimers would gain 24,000 dislikes and criticism from everyone. Just as she had hit the 50,000 subscriber mark, she went back under, losing 4,000 subscribers in a matter of days. But instead of taking a step back, Madame only seemed to keep her foot on the gas as she drove her career further into the ground. Amongst all the criticism, a few people went out and started trolling her. She'd been a big fan of the rapper XXXTentacion.
Dude, everybody was a fan of X back then too, and in hindsight, it was like, I was like a fan of his when I was in middle school, and in hindsight, I mean, I hate to talk ill of the dead. Dude, that was really cringe.
Even making a cover to one of his songs. But more relevant to this situation, Madame had made some art of XXXTentacion when he died. Another 15-year-old kid—
Dude, everybody, like, Benji was, like, changing his— After X died, like, everybody was the biggest fan on Earth, and, like, I was, like, arguably at that point in time in this community, like, the biggest X fan. And I was like, he's, like, dead. Like, get over it or something. And I got some shit for that. But, like, people were, like, who I knew who were never fans of the guy were just like making him their whole life. They were like changing their profile pictures to him, like pretending like they were depressed on Twitter so all their fans could be like, I hope you're okay. I'm sorry you're going through this. My friend and I, Cashinator. Oh my fucking god. Is this person online? What's their— I forgot, dude. I forgot. So Cashinator is the— I don't know if you remember, this was like a stream from 2 months ago. I didn't know Cashinator, not this person's name anymore, the trans person that came in here to debate that like one transphobe. that the whole server and morale were like were debating at once. That's Cashinator. I didn't realize Cashinator knew Madame.
Situation, Madame had made some art of XXXTentacion when he died. Another 15-year-old kid decided to go back through a post and comment "he's dead" on this post. In response, she went through his post and made fun of his close friend who died. Obviously, there's a
she's so fucking insane.
Huge difference between making fun of the death of a controversial public figure who you listen to versus making fun of the death of a private citizen and close friend. Then this person brought up that Madame had previously made a video.
I don't think that's like a huge deal. I think like she's acting like a fucking child, but I don't think it's like a immoral like big deal.
About how during high school, a friend showed her a recording of a special needs student in a sexual act as a way to bully him.
She actually uploaded like all of her Snapchats from freshman year. Like she saved all of them and then she put it in a playlist called like my freshman year. And like I remember she linked me this video and she was like, "Hey, remember this?" And she put like a little laughing emoji, so I click on it and it's literally the Snapchat of him getting off to Pony. And I was like, holy sh**, you actually uploaded that.
To be fair to Madame here, everybody fakes their story times. Obviously, no shit. It was the meta when Luna was doing it, but like everybody fakes their story times. So there's a good chance this isn't even fucking real.
It's not something you put on YouTube, but I didn't tell her that. I just sent her a laughing emoji, and that was that. I mean, we don't talk anymore because I don't go to that school, but still, like, Jesus.
So of course, Madame followed that up by arguing with him on Instagram and threatening him with a lawsuit.
Wait.
That was that. Something you put on YouTube, but holy sh**, you actually uploaded that. She put like a little laughing emoji, so I click on it and it's literally the Snapchat of him getting off to Pony. And I was like, holy sh**, you actually uploaded that. That's not something you put on YouTube.
Maybe this was a real story.
But I didn't tell her that. I just sent her a laughing emoji, and that was that. I mean, we don't talk anymore because I don't go to that school, but still, like, Jesus.
So of course, Madame followed that up.
Okay, he's not being very clear here. So, Toastify is not being very clear here. So if I have this correct, one of Madame's friends showed Madame a video of like some disabled dude selling with pony porn or whatever the fuck, and then Madame goes and talks about it in a video, in a story time video. The friend sees this, takes issue with it, and now Madame is having like a crash out about it. Okay, so maybe the story was real. Okay.
By arguing with him on Instagram and threatening him with a lawsuit. Madame's rampage finally came to an end when she stated that she had to delete her social media, was now homeless, and had no internet. Again, remember she was flexing her bank account a couple of weeks ago. Additionally, this rest period gave content creators the opportunity to make videos on our actions and reflect on the past. It was during this point that another question came to those who were speculating. What happened to the Onision lawsuit? Updates on it.
Yeah, people gave her money for this and she just stopped giving update. And talk about Leafy Skinwalker. She's like, why are people calling me a Leafy clone? It's her fucking banner.
Had been thinning out and
yeah, Toastfly's really bad at explaining here. So Madame like made fun. Yeah, I just explained it. So
considering that Madame had scammed someone out of their payment, YouTubers such as Repsion were suspicious. How did the money get there? How was it handled? I mean, people claimed that $100 patrons would get her nudes, and is that really an appropriate perk alongside lawsuit funding?
Did you ever hear about the where she said $100 patrons get nudes?
What the
Yeah, some guy.
Whoa.
Some guy came into my server with a screenshot of their DM conversation. I don't know if it looks.
Dude, she's just hustling. She's like threatening to sue a guy who at the time had allegedly like been some sort of sex pest abuser or whatever the fuck. And if you give her money for her suit, she'll send you her nudes, bruh.
Real or not? It's on.
Dude, Augie had to have been my age now in this, younger.
Android, and the resolution is small, but she's like $100 Amazon card for your next month's pledge, and I'll send you old nudes I took a few months ago. Would be interesting.
Oh, my
God.
Fresh off the press new ones? You get some old ones?
I heard apparently $100 patrons would get her nudes. Is that true?
A few.
On October 9th, 2019, Madame uploaded Apology for Everything, which wasn't an apology at all. This title, again borrowed from Leafy, was the
She calls everybody fucking delusional. It's everybody else's fault. It's like BPD to the fucking max, dude. It's BPD to the fucking max. Twink death. So true, man. So true.
Prelude to a 2-hour-long video that's 30-minute gameplay and 1 hour 30 black screen. Everyone saw that and said, if you're not putting effort in your video, I'm not watching it. And besides, it rambled on for ages about other topics, mostly the harm of cancel culture in general, which these types of people tend to do after they get in drama, despite peddling the same sentiment for years. Besides, this video wasn't up for long anyways. Madame used these same stills she got from Slimers without credit, leading to—
Yeah, so not only is she saying she's not gonna fucking work with the artist anymore, the artist who just wants credit, she's still continuing to use the art of the unprofessional artist she doesn't want to fucking work with.
Slimers' mom stepping in and issuing a copyright strike. The only real thing in this video that wasn't mentioned before, or is actually important, is that Madame states she will no longer be updating people on a lawsuit due to people questioning her intent.
This experience—
We've given you all this money for this lawsuit, but I'm not gonna tell you about it anymore. Dude, W strat.
makes me not want to release any further updates about my lawsuit until the internet is ready to give out the guilty until proven innocent mentality. And while in my last—
There's no guilt, you're just not— we've given you money, we don't know where the fuck it's going.
Onision video, I did touch on the fact that I made some mistakes and whatnot, but it was very brief. I wanted to explain the process and my very few mistakes in depth and like just go through the entire process of how this happened and why, and talk about why suing in small claims is so important for small creators and all these things. But honestly, after this experience, I feel like I don't owe it to anyone.
I'll tell you what I know behind the scenes. Well, I'm not gonna tell you what I know, but let's just say any stereotype you have of like the BPD girlfriend is how she's been in her personal life, and it is the most insane thing you could think of a girl doing to you, she has done to people. And I'm gonna really see if I can get someone to let me talk about it anonymously without mentioning their name. But anything you could imagine an insane BPD girl doing, the stereotype, she has done it. She's done it. You can't even imagine, dude. She regrets nothing. She's the victim in every situation. I mean, it's insane. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know if I'll see anything like it again. The best comparison, which is why I brought up Kitchen Nightmares, is like Amy from Amy's Baking Company. If anyone's seen the episode, it's literally that. Well, viewership is rising, ladies and gentlemen. If you are enjoying, make sure to like, make sure to sub, and donate so we could hit goal, keep the lights on, keep the internet on, and I will make love to you.
It would have made a really good video. As of now, I just don't owe anyone anything. From this day forward, I refuse to give an
Also, if we hit $50, we'll stay live for another hour.
Update about the lawsuit. Expect no video from me even if I successfully sue him. Maybe one day people will change and then I can share to the world something inspiring that can inform and help other small creators. But until then, expect nothing.
How long to get monetized? About a month from today. About a month from today.
Again, this is a strange comment to make, especially when showing the receipts for small claims court is pretty easy to prove. The more this went on, the more it seemed—
Yeah, it's the boogie thing of like, I know I'm not lying, so I'm just not gonna prove it, because I don't have to prove anything to you. But if it's like so easy to prove, like you'd obviously just give the proof and shut people up.
like Madame had just scammed the entire community. Rumors started spreading around that she hadn't used the money for a lawsuit, but instead flew to Washington to see a concert. And amidst all this—
She saw like a Breaking Benjamin concert, dude, it was so fun.
Onision would recognize the whole situation and take a victory lap of sorts.
The thing about Onision was, he really was like the Joker. He's obviously an insane, horrible person, but like everyone that didn't like him just fucked up at like every turn, and he would just sit there and laugh, and it was like, it got to the point where you're almost rooting for him, because like Chris Hansen, everybody was trying to like destroy him, and it was going nowhere.
All this insane drama, Onision had been made to look good. On the 30th of October 2019, Madame posted a video titled "The Art Community Has a Lying Problem," in which she accuses her merchandise artist of going after her.
I got an email from my Fanfiber agent in regards to the art that I paid for, and he stated that the artist is trying to get my art off of my merch site because I apparently don't have permission to use it. So I had to get all the screenshots of this artist sending me the art, and then our conversation logs where we discuss the commercial use and that they're completely cool with it and how excited they were for their art to be on a merch site.
If there was a prior agreement and she met her terms, then yeah. she wouldn't have been in the wrong there, although she was in the wrong with her other exchanges with artists.
On top of that, I had to provide screenshots of my PayPal transaction with this person because, like I said, I paid for this art. The artist knew that it was for a merch site. They were excited about it going live and even said they wanted to purchase a hoodie for themselves when it went live. So I had to showcase those screenshots on top of the PayPal transactions and be like, yo, this is my art. I paid for it. What would motivate someone to lie about this? Why I think this person lied is because they saw that it could get them a lot of attention. I think that they saw...
You have 50k declining subs. Calm down. I love, like, the people that are like... Do you remember when Morale's, like, the 17-year-old Morale DM'd? Just like, I was trying to use her name for, like, attention or whatever. It was like, who are you? Who are you?
What happened to the person?
Just woke up. Art community drama. Hope Jar is involved. He's not. I was involved indirectly.
Person that made up an entire story about me and fabricated everything, including evidence. And it's quite sad that people do this, but that's besides the point. They saw that that person gained a lot of, I guess, like, attraction, or what do I fucking call this? The liar gained a lot of publicity for it. So the artist that I commissioned, like I said for the millionth time, that knew this was for my merch, that said their art is for commercial use, or their commissions are for commercial use. You get the point. So why would they lie about this when they got payment and everything was fine? I think it was for attention. So now they're fabricating a story that they were never paid and I didn't have permission to sell it as my merchandise and all this stuff, and claiming that I mistreated them and all this when that's not.
We believe them. We don't believe you. In that case, I guess I'll get to work. Sorry to hear. Were you that bored by my presence? Yeah, so this is like everything I like in a story, though. It's like an insane BPD bitch that can't take accountability for shit, gets owned time and time again, and I'm involved. Everything I like in a story.
True. I find this quite sad.
The artist in question, Makafua, responded to the video in a Twitter thread. In this thread, she states that she chose not to associate with Madame after the Slimer situation, and in response, Madame would remove her credit. Pretty petty stuff. Makafua responded by trying to take down only the icon art that Madame used, none of the merch. She claims there was nothing she did with Fanfiber, and challenged Madame on why she didn't show the supposed email sent in the first place.
She's a
Additionally,
liar.
in Madame's video, she shows Makafua's private business email, again leaking more personal information.
I don't know if that was on purpose, unless it was like specifically like clarified that that's a private email. If it's a business email, like you can assume it's public.
Same day,
just being fair, even though she's insane,
the YouTuber Repsion would drop a 45-minute video on Madame.
And it was
in
a
this,
good
he
video.
drops DMs, holds her accountable, and most importantly, questions the lawsuit. As Repsion had been in legal issues with Onision before, he was the perfect person to give his perspective on this, and the issue became far more known. We also learned that after Madame's video on Onision's Discord server, she publicly took shots at Repsion for doing the same premise. However, before the video was made, Madame had reached out to Repsion on copying him, and was given a whole Google Drive of his Patreon content. It seems she only went to
because back then, okay, Toastfight, this is a good video, but he's a really bad job at explaining certain things. When the copying allegations were, Repsion was like the big guy spearheading the anti-Onision allegations, and Repsion was suing Onision and got attention for it, which is why, or was in some sort of legal dispute with Onision and got attention for it, like a fuck ton of attention, which is then why Madame tried to go and do like an Onision lawsuit, even though she never really had any intention to sue him. She's just a brokey that needed the money.
Repsion because he reviewed the Google Drive before she did. But with Repsion's video posted, vital questions raised about the lawsuit, and unlikely possibility that refunds would be issued, how much did she get away with? Well, some people believed it was a couple of grand. Repzilla reported it was $7,000. Others have come to me and said it was high as $20,000 or even $60,000.
Yeah, the anti-Onision community was super dedicated, and I would be like shocked if it was anything below like 5k. Especially the amount of subs she got from it, I would be shocked if it's anything below that.
The reality,
but regardless, like she should have gone to jail or something. Somebody should have filed charges.
The reality is that to this day, we don't know how much Madame made off with, but we know she made off with something.
This was a heist, dude. This was thousands of dollars, like, and that she never had to. She could just leave and never had to face it. Dude, like this shit is a bank robber's dream. Just go online, pretend you're gonna sue somebody controversial, make like a fuck ton of money, and then fuck off, and nobody knows like where you are, what happened. Dude, it's genius.
Thing, and there was never any lawsuit. On the 8th of November 2019, Madame would take down all her Onision videos. By this point, she'd hit the 40,000 subscriber mark, meaning she had now lost 1/5 of her peak audience. A few days later, she would change her channel name to Princess Ash, which wouldn't do much to ease the channel decay. Madame's activity through December became sparse. For her, it may have seemed like the controversies were over and she'd weathered the storm. But that all changed on January 11th, 2020. It was on that day that Madame announced she was doing streams to raise money for charity, lending a hand following the recent fires in Australia. She would be doing these streams with her...
If you're giving her money after this, you deserve to be scammed. You've paid her for a lawsuit she's refusing to update you on because she knows the truth, or whatever the fuck. And you're, like, at this point, if you're continuing to give this bitch money, it's like, I'm victim blaming. I'm absolutely victim blaming.
Her friend and Discord co-owner, Wang, or God of Wang.
Alright guys, so I have a friend and his name is Lee.
What up?
And he lives in Australia. And he pinged me today in my private server and was like...
This fire really affects me because I have some random shitter Discord friend in Australia. Lol. Lol.
Hey, I have a proposition. And I was like, sure, not really expecting that it would be about Australia. And he said that we should do charity streams together. And I figured that we could not only do 2 charity streams on Twitch this Friday, but I could also do a video just spreading awareness. On top of that, all the revenue that I make in this video will be donated.
And although the stream went off well and money was raised, there was a lot of backlash in the comments. Madame hadn't given any updates on what was now widely accepted as a bogus lawsuit, and she was the person promoting a charity stream. They were rightfully skeptical. Updates were given 3 days later when someone would post on God of Wang's behalf. This person said that Wang was doing charity streams and only asked Madame to help because they were friends. The reality is that Madame made the video about the live stream in a bid to make herself look good.
Yeah, no shit, because she was in controversy. She was in controversy. I mean, yeah, obviously. I think I'd go as far to say as, like, a lot of these, like, charity streamers, anyone who's doing things for charity, like, a good portion of creators, because creators are narcissistic as fuck, do it to make themselves look good. Now, I'm not going to say there aren't, like, exceptions to that. I'm not going to say, I think a lot of, like, good acts are, like, self-benefit. That doesn't invalidate the good that you're doing through that. I'll say that. Like, the good shit Pirate Software did, even though I hate the guy, that was, like, benefiting himself in some way, making him look good. I still acknowledge, like, it's still good he's doing those things, even if it's for selfish reasons.
After he got backlash, she decided she wasn't going to help with the stream and dropped him as a friend.
In my opinion, based on the extent I know, she's worse than Leafy, she's worse than Keffels, she's worse than, I mean, she's, like, in my opinion, one of the worst people you could be online without just being a pedophile.
Madame would then go around and accuse Wang of being friends with a pedophile. The action that constituted such a horrific label, Wang's friend complimented the kid's character and called it cute. Again, do you see why so many people say that she tried to smear Scrubby? For the record, Wang's stream managed to raise $300 Australian, all of which went to charity. Unlike Madame, he was able to provide a proper paper trail and seems more like a well-intentioned third party that was kind of taken advantage of.
Oh, shit.
On January 16th, 2020, God of Wang would go into Repzilla's channel for an exclusive interview.
I thought he was going to drop what I knew. He's not.
As a former close friend of Madame, Wang's insight led to insane revelations about Madame as a person. The public...
Let me just tell you, whatever this guy's going to reveal, and I think I even have... Are we friends on Discord? I think I've even spoken to him at one point or another. Where is it? Oh yeah, we're friends on Discord. Yeah. Last time we talked was 2020. She made him offer $50 after they fell out to have a civil conversation amongst each other.
Public generally saw her as a vindictive, shitty, manipulative doc.
Is this your same playthrough? Yeah, I'm on Iron Man mode, so I could get achievements. I keep redoing it.
So, Wang's claims...
Because I can't seem to fucking take Turkey. For some reason, they have the power of the fucking Ottoman Empire, and
made her look like an utter psychopath. Firstly, Wang discussed the whole situation with charity streams and her scams, revealing that Madame spent $4,000 on a Fendi purse. He also reveals that during 2019, there was another situation where Madame risked a controversy by stealing art like she did with Slime.
Where do you think she got the money? Somebody who was just homeless. And she was not making enough off of like revenue to make purchases like that. She was freeloading off of people and made off with literally thousands of dollars. We're talking about more than like your average modern day bank robber would make in like a bank heist. And nobody knows where that money is. Nobody knows what happened to it. And they just forgot. And it's like, dude, why was she not like prosecuted? Why was there no prosecution over this? This is like a huge act of theft. This is like very serious.
Wang's intervention was the only reason she avoided that. But that's not what we're here for. It turns out that all the way back in 2018, Madame had falsely painted one of her ex-boyfriends as a stalker. She then used that as justification to post his phone number and send people to his house, posting a picture of them at his door to her Instagram. She also claimed she'd already filed police reports against him, but according to Black Wolf Company, who checked for—
I'll just tell you this right now, she's the fucking stalker. I don't know if this is who I think it is, but she is the stalker, okay? She is the stalker. Like, the most stereotypical stalker behavior, if you, like, the shit you'd see in horror movies.
For police reports in her area, this was not true. Madame's behavior had gone far beyond online drama and credit. She was now endangering people's lives.
Well, I heard from the person in question, and
that's why I wanted to make a video about this. I thought back to her, and I was like, dude, by far, this is one of the most, like, insane people I've ever had, like, the most insane, evil, malicious people I've ever had. Like, the level of manipulativeness, vindictiveness, like, it is, like, by far craziest person I've seen online. Or one of them up there, definitely up there.
The friend of that person, that Ash had actually hired people from the dark web to go to, we'll call him X number one, to X number one's house to take photos. Now,
there's X number 2, X number 3, and I'm gonna try and get them on here for an interview. I'm gonna press, but dude,
that's from what I can see is true. There is Instagram stories from Ash saying, like, with that X number one's house, his phone number, his like his city or town, and it wasn't even just it wasn't even a photo from like Google, like Earth, which scared them. It had recent Halloween decorations up.
She should have spoken to a psychiatrist. She was in a mental institution. Psychiatrist wasn't going to do anything for her. She was literally in a fucking mental institution.
Which you can't just get off the internet.
The thing about people like her, she's a very severe case of BPD. It's like notoriously hard to treat in therapy. It's possible, and not all people with BPD are like her. It's a very stigmatized illness. This is like how it presents in one of its worst ways, but people with BPD have a very hard time in therapy.
Internet, you kind of got to go to the house to take photos.
Madame also previously vented on Discord about how she was going to the town of another ex-boyfriend to try and kill him. This time she was only talked down from the ledge by her Discord mods.
Like, after speaking with her, I was wait, what is this? What is the account name? Hold on, I need to zoom. Jarvis and Hans. We're talking about a murder allegation. Dude, we're talking about a murder allegation, and this is like, don't do it, it's not worth it, don't kill them. And this is the person's name.
I'm gonna do it. I was debating with myself about it, pretty much doing anything I could to think rationally. At this point, it's not irrational, it's just an uncontrollable urge. My life and his. I'm just gonna do it, LMFAO. I hope the situation gets massive online. Might make some sort of YouTube news. I never even cared about being on the news. I never understood why killers wanted clout for their actions. Lol, kinda gay. But yeah, I'm like, damn, I bet hella people
She's the type of girl that when she was 15 to like crush on the Columbine kids. She absolutely would want attention.
will find out. Okay, bye, rant over. I'll miss you, sorry.
There used to be a guy in Augie's community that I had to talk down from killing somebody. There was an artist in Augie's community. I think her name was like Eyes for Breakfast. I don't know if you guys remember this. And this dude like went to their country and was like actively tweeting about like, or like talking about bathing in their blood and shit. And I was like trying to talk him out of it. It was insane. Yeah, Dragunov. Yeah, I remember this. Dude, that was insane. Like, this like, and he was telling me like, yeah, I only weigh 85 pounds, but I can like kill somebody if I want.
I can't control it. After Wang's interview, that was pretty much the end of Madame's relevance to the wider public. Of course, she would continue to make videos, first posting commentary and then moving to VR, but at that point, no one really cared. Her channel continued to decay throughout the year, with a massive amount of interest in South Korean culture and media. Some have even said she took the Patreon money so that she could move to South Korea. Her last hurrah was the decimation of her career, when she was terminated in November 2020. In fairness to her, I don't believe this was legitimate, but more just mass flagging her videos, and it only went through because this was COVID times, and YouTube left all their strike reports to bots.
Who cares? Cry me a river, bitch.
So, with us now looking over everything, what can we even make of Madame? Well, I'd like to bring you back to the near beginning of this video, as I went over Madame's early life, her recollections, her unrealistic backstory, the lawsuit against
early life check?
The mental facility. I still don't believe that Madame really did hitchhike and rebuild her life at age 15, but I'm open to believing that she suffered from
No, there was somebody, she definitely suffered from borderline personality. Let's be real, and she more than likely went to a fucking mental institution.
borderline personality disorder. It definitely adds to the swings and moods between being totally unhinged and neurotic to totally silent. But even if she does suffer from that, those who have it at least have their limits. I don't think Madame was particularly born evil, but for me, it's how her chasing for clout and wanting to become a—
She is evil. She's absolutely evil. The banality of fucking evil. She isn't. You just had to be there, man. You just had to be there. That bitch scares me. Dude, that bitch scares the shit out of me.
idol.
That's the type of bitch, like, you go to bed with her at night and you like said something that she found like offensive earlier on in the night, but you think it's all like forgiven, and you wake up and she's chopped your dick off with a fucking kitchen knife, dude. She's insane. She is evil.
Completely transformed her.
She needs to, if the asylum she escaped needs to find her back. It scares me that she's out there in the world.
And showed everyone that she shouldn't have got it in the first place. Whilst it's important to acknowledge the origins of how people like this come about, it does not excuse them of their responsibility with their actions. When you leave behind a history of lying, doxing, scamming, threats and attempts on people's lives, at some point you have to take the blame. No mental illness will make me overlook her endangering the lives of others on numerous occasions. But at least in her endless search for an identity that wasn't being just another Leafy clone or another woman making videos, she did cement her place in history. Her place of being totally overreactive, vindictive, and indeed psychotic. Thank you for watching. Until next time, stay safe and stay toasty.
Stay safe. Is that a threat? Dude, JD Vance watching this. Is that a threat? Is that a threat? Yeah, but with that being said, I think we're probably about to head out on stream. That was a good video. I'll give him credit. That was a very good video. Go sub to Toastify. He did a pretty accurate recollection of the history. Kind of like showed you how insane. I just wish he stopped using this like edited picture of her where she tries to make herself like look all cutesy and shit, and use the actual picture of her, which is gone from the Repsion video where she's like fat and disgusting. Where? I can't find it. Go to topic suggestions. I'm probably gonna end stream here, buddy. It's 5 a.m. It's about to be 6 a.m. Probably gonna end stream here. Yeah. It's 30 seconds. Lame. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, but I gotta, hold on. Pay the toll, buddy. Pay the toll. It's too late now, but maybe next time. I can't find it. What the fuck is the— wait, there was a VC in my server earlier. Are you serious? I hate this feature on Discord where anybody can like change the status, because like, dude, This is a VC in my server. Kids only, no boys. Are you serious? Who was even in this shit? We Chronic, Glue, Lumpy Willie, Nico, Spinling, Theodore Dick, Toki, Adia, Axel, Chino. Dude, you hate to see it. You hate to see the things this community is doing. Glue doesn't sound like fucking lyrics. Sounds nothing like the guy. Alright, well then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I will catch you tomorrow, or I guess today. Ah, fuck. I'll check out Blaster's video next, or his topic suggestion next time. Wait, hold on. Let's check this out. This looks interesting. Oh no. What the fuck? Are you serious? Fried this dweeb. You didn't fry me at all, buddy. You didn't fucking fry me. This is the same joke everybody else has used 800,000 fucking times. I'll give you the credit of originality that Tommy sees in there. Did you know you look like Brittany Simon? No, dude. Thanks for informing me. This is news to me. But I don't get the Tommy C part. I don't look anything like Tommy C. Is this a trailer for a new video? Dude, these people are this is a Cabal agent, dude. This is an agent of the fucking Cabal. Saddam Underground. True, true. Aiden Catalog. Twitter when they see an Israeli actor and everything. Me when I go live an hour late. Me when I ask you to donate. Or no, sorry, you when I ask you to donate. Alright, well that's gonna be it, folks, for the stream. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys tomorrow. And until next time, peace, peace, bitches.